Honk.
That's what I'm talking about. What is going on, everyone? Welcome, Arvanauts. Welcome, everybody, to the stream. It is Saturday. It is Saturday, September 3rd, 2022, in the year of our Lord, etc., etc. And I hope everyone is doing well and is looking forward to the stream as we continue and actually, if all goes well, conclude tonight the epic conclusion of Triangle Strategy, hashtag bouncy horses, etc., etc. So I am looking forward to that, and I hope you folks are as well. If you have not done so already, please make sure to follow the channel. Please check out our YouTube with !ArvTube, Discord with !ArvCord, Twitter with !ArvTweets. Website is arvineleron.com. Financially, you can check out ArvTreon. That's the Patreon, !ArvTreon. Currently sitting at 19 patrons, $1.90 per month. And again, any support that people can give there would be much appreciated. We have picked up a little bit again in the Patreon, but we want to continue to push there. That really is the financial backbone of the channel, and that is super helpful. And you can get cool stuff for yourself as well as the channel there, so you should definitely check that out. !ArvTreon for that. And of course, you can always sub to the channel. That is always appreciated as well. Subbing to the channel gets you those custom sub badges and emotes to use everywhere across Twitch. It also gives you inspirations to help our players, and both for the Patreon and the subsystem. I'm going to update our Patreon list soon. I have a couple of other things I need to get done, including getting through the stuff in my office, but I have put together the schedule, at least the tentative schedule for September, and I'll talk about that in just a bit. So there are good stuff for you to be found both in the Patreon and the subsystems, and that really is going to help with so many things. So thank you in advance if you've been able to support, and if you haven't, please consider doing so. On the publishing side, Icarus, for my Icarus graphic novel, the award-winning Icarus graphic novel from the award-winning Athos Arts Press. Library for my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. It is my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment. And if you haven't already done so, please consider as well checking out Greyshade, Greyshade. I actually just got a box today of Greyshade books that were sent to me. I'm going to be bringing some of those to CanCon next month, where hopefully I'm going to be able to sell all of them. That's what I would like to do, so sell and sign and chat with people about Greyshade. And if you go over to that link, you'll also be able to pre-order Renegade and Heretic, the two sequels to that book, as well as the audiobook by Trent Sparks, which is going to be coming out, and that's going to be available to you via that backer kit link. Also, the TTRPG, which is going to be coming out next year, that is being spearheaded by Brandon O'Brien. That too, and coming out from Alligator Alley, that also is available on that backer kit. Plus, there's other cool things as well, so you will definitely want to check that out. I'm very excited about seeing where Greyshade is going to go. Will I do the Can at CanCon? One can only hope. I'm actually excited for CanCon. I know that Emily the Honored in here is as well, as the guest of honor. But I'm excited about CanCon because, first of all, I love being able to do in-person cons when I'm able to, and as things are gradually improving on the pandemic front, that's becoming more possible. Secondly, because a lot of the people there are some of my favorite people, right? You've got Marie Bilodeau is there, and Brandon Crilly, and Derek Kunskin, who's a cool dude, is there as well. Hopefully Amal El-Matar should be making a stop there. And then, of course, I'm going to get a chance to see Emily and Chris from Athos Arts will be up there too. So it's just going to be a lot of cool people, and I'm very excited for that. And I always like the kind of chill feel. Plus, it's Canada, you know. You always feel good driving into Canada. You're like, a sane country, somewhat sane country. So I'm very excited for that. That is going to be coming up in October. Any support you can give on the publishing front is much appreciated. And BLM, Black Lives Matter, CanCon at Cancun. I hear that. I hear all that well. Hey, what's up, Critchwitch? And good to see you, Rudno. BLM, Black Lives Matter, very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention, very important to reach out to others if you need help and to reach out to others if they need help as well. And Ukraine, which is Ukraine is the link that will get you over to a variety of places where you can support the people of Ukraine fighting back against an illegal and illegitimate war. This is a small but important way for us to step forward as they continue to fight back against this devastating incursion on their territory and attempt to remove their autonomy. This is one way that we can support them in turning that back, which would be lovely. Just before I get into schedule and then we start playing, a couple things. First of all, just a quick note. I have just upgraded to the newest OBS, which seems like it's got a lot of cool new bells and whistles and stuff like that. And they've added a whole bunch of new OBS themes and things like that. It really is the best. It was funny. I was talking yesterday with some of the panelists on the live streaming panel that I was on at Worldcon, and they were talking about different options. And I don't know that any of them used OBS. One person used Streamlabs, so used Slobs, right? Streamlabs OBS. One person and two people were using StreamYard, which I have to admit I had never heard of until they mentioned it. And then I went over and checked it out. I guess it's like a web-based studio processing thing. And I was like, that's cool, but man, OBS for the money, which means free, is pretty damn good at this point and like fully functional. But anyway, I bring it up because I did have to fix a couple of integration issues with Stream Deck. Seems to be back on pace now and seems to be working again. But man, OBS has come a long way. I actually can't believe this, but during this latest release, this is the 10-year anniversary release of OBS. So OBS came out 10 years ago. So apparently OBS started basically 4 months after I did in terms of streaming on Twitch, which is crazy go nuts talk. So we will see. Yeah, very much so, Rudno. So anyway, so OBS is doing its thing. So anyway, if you notice any changes or things like that, there may be a couple of adjustments that I'll have to make there. The second thing is I want to go through the schedule, and then I want to do a little bit of a giveaway. I've got a bit of a show and tell for all of you, and that is of course a consequence of something that I may have just received. So let me talk a little bit about this schedule, and so you don't have to just see my face, Sarah Noah's face glaring at you, side eye in the camera. I am instead going to turn that off, and I'm going to turn on that. What's going on, all? Good to see you all. I hope everyone is doing well. And yeah, we are here and we are ready to go. So I want to go through very briefly this schedule that we've got over here that I've put together. Now, again, this is very tentative, as you folks know. Anytime within the first few days of September, I try to post a schedule, but it's always very tentative because it's subject to review and acceptance by the powers that be, that is to say, the players that I play with. So here's what we got going on schedule-wise. So we have the epic conclusion tonight of Triangle Strategy, which is great. I really love this game, but I'm looking forward to getting done with it, only because then I'm going to be moving on to another cool game, which is Lost in Random, and then after Lost in Random, a little bit, hopefully, of Frostpunk, and after Frostpunk, what I know Dragonspear is very excited about, and that's Ghost of Tsushima. I'm actually looking forward to that too. And then once that's finished, we've got some Sorcery 4 on the docket, so that's what we've got over the next few games. And what's going on, Rock God? Good to see you, man. Jerry Only the Misfits got his name because he was known as Jerry Only Jerry. I didn't know that. That's cool. What's up, dude? Good to see you, man. Right. So we've got epic conclusion of Triangle Strategy tonight. On Tuesday, we've got Lost in Random, and then we will have more Solasta Lost Valley DLC over on Pen and Pixels, and I'm close to finished with Solasta too. That is probably, I'm guessing, 1 to 2 sessions away, probably more likely 2 sessions before Solasta is finished, and then I'm going to have to decide what I want to do next. There is a possibility that I'm going to be part of a special event on GOG coming up in a couple of Tuesdays, Tuesday the 13th, in which case there would be just a temporary, literally like probably 1 week break with Solasta before going back to it and finishing it up, and then we'll see what happens after that. Actually, I think what I was playing, I know what I'm going back to after that. It's Dragon's Dogma. So I'll be going back to Dragon's Dogma after I finish with Solasta, but I've had a great time with that. So we've got that going on, Solasta, on the 6th, then Friday the 9th, more Lost in Random, and Saturday the 10th, we've got Expedition from the Mysterious Peaks making its return, hopefully with our new and improved video and music, which is going to be going on as a part of it. Then on Sunday the 11th at 2 p.m. Eastern, we have a reading of Athos Arts. This is people who have been published by Athos Arts. It's going to be hosted by CSE Cooney, and we have a whole lineup of people, including yours truly. We have a lot of people, and so the readings are going to be quite brief, I think 5 minutes each, I believe. And we've been told in no uncertain terms that it is exactly 5 minutes, and if we go over 5 minutes, then our contracts are terminated, and we ourselves are cast passed out to wander in the wilderness. Okay, it's not that bad, but we have to stick exactly to 5 minutes. We've been very, very clear that that's the case. So we've got a lot of readings to get through, but it's a lot of great people that are going to be a part of this mix. And if you like literature, and if you like, in most cases, speculative fiction, and if you like all the cool stuff that Athos Arts has been publishing and producing, then you're definitely going to want to get a hold of this. That's going to be happening on my channel. I am honored to be hosting it. That is Sunday the 11th at 2 p.m. Eastern. 14 people. There's a lot of people. So I'm very excited for that. That's going to be conducted on my channel at 2 p.m. Eastern. Monday the 19th, we're off. Tuesday the 20th. I beg your pardon. Monday the 12th, we're off. Tuesday the 13th, we have got Adventures of Middle-earth makes its return at noon. Then at 4 p.m., we have this, if not Solasta, this special thing I can't talk about yet over on GOG.com. And then the evening of the 13th is the actual conclusion of Purgatory with Little Arv. So it's going to be earlier again, 7:30 or so to 9:30, and that'll be the last time that we do that early. Then we're going to move it back to its usual time, and we're going to be switching to a new game afterwards. Probably Citizen Sleeper for the Arvocalis is my guess, but we will see. No, I will be very careful to watch it and make sure that my time is up. I will do that. J-Rab, what's going on, man? Thank you for the 47 months, almost 4 years. Thanks so much, dude. I appreciate it. Thank you. Good to see you, Jay. I hope all is well. Thank you very much for that. I am very much appreciative. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thanks so much. I appreciate that. I hope all is well, man. So the Arvocalis Purgatory, that is going to be the night of the 13th. We're off Wednesday, Thursday. Now, Friday is the 16th, and this is what I've decided. So both the 16th and the 17th are, I'm sure that I'm going to be hearing happy birthday wishes, but I actually have a big party coming up because I don't know if you heard, but I'm turning 50. What? I am turning 50 in a couple of weeks, and so my birthday is September 16th, and so we're going to have a big extravaganza. On Sunday the 18th, I have a big birthday party at my house, and we're going to have people coming, and you're going to be shocked to hear that we're probably going to play games. I know that's just unheard of. Like who plays games these days? But yeah, we're going to be doing that with a lot of good friends and people from different time periods and walks of life. We have neighbors that are going to be coming. We have folks from back in New York that I know that are going to be coming. We have old friends of mine from back in Brandeis days when I was doing graduate school stuff that are going to be coming. So we have a lot of people that are going to be stopping by. And so I'm excited for that. In fact, I just realized... coming too far. I have to make sure I remember one person that I haven't actually invited yet that I need to make sure I do. So that's going to be happening on Sunday. That will not be streamed. That's just going to be me hanging out with friends here. But on Friday and Saturday, we are going to be doing streams because of that. So Friday is my actual birthday. That's the 16th. And so what I decided to do, I was like, what can I do that's going to be super cool? Oh, you're ahead of me by 1 year? No kidding, Patch Up. You don't look 50. Thank you, J-Rab. I don't feel it either, so I appreciate that very much. 35 and holding like forever. Yeah, I just hit a certain age. No, I'm all good. I do have to say that obviously you have to continue to watch your health and monitor. But a lot of it, the cliche about you're only as old as you feel, I think it's partly you tend to feel as old as the people you surround yourself with. I think that's partly it. And I don't mean age of the people. I mean outlook, mood, sort of the state of the condition of how people feel and the energy that they represent, which is one reason why working with a younger demographic and teaching young people is health inducing, that's part of it. But also there is a sense that when you're connected with those people, it really is true that experience is a huge benefit that people don't realize, I think, where it's just, the energy and the enthusiasm and all that of being young is great. But man, the experience as you get older really melds with that, so that there are some times where you're just like, I don't give a damn what people think about me. I am X age and that's fine. And also I just I'm better able to do things in certain capacities because I've done it for so long. Right. And so that's kind of cool to recognize that. So I'm excited about that. Well, I'll just crash the hood. Play games and stay young, 100%, 100%. I like, no joke. I really, really enjoy doing that. And so, I know, who knows? Like, you're going to keep on keeping on, but that's the way I feel. So anyway, for Friday, the 16th, my birthday stream, I thought, what better to do than to jump back in time and to do a little retro. And so I'm going to be streaming my Intellivision. I do this usually about once a year, but I was playing this the other day when Zach was in town, And I was like, you know what? I really like playing in television sometimes. Like, I really have a good time playing that stuff. I don't think a lot of the games have not aged badly at all. A lot of the games I think still hold up. Some of the games have aged poorly, but I think a lot of it still holds up. And I'm going to do some retro. I'm like, it's time for me to jump back in time and show you the stuff that I was playing when I was 10, 11, and 12. So I'm excited to be doing that. Also, I'm pretty confident I am either the only or one of the only streamers on Twitch who actually has the capacity to stream an actual Intellivision. I'm not emulating it. This thing is an actual Intellivision 2, which has been modded to allow me to get composite outs so that I can use it. And even then, I have to use basically this Frankensteinian method, Zach can confirm, of these two systems, like two different capture cards to go into the computer, which XSplit captures, which OBS is then able to capture XSplit. So it's a little Frankensteinian, but it works, and it means you actually get to see the game. So I'm going to be doing some of that Friday the 16th, and I'm going to be hopefully doing some giveaways and, stuff like that. So it's going to be exciting. That's happening on Friday the 16th. Sunday the 17th is the return of Eberron as we continue with Oracle of War Season 2. We move into the final part of Season 2, by the way, which is called Song of the Sky. And this is the last part of Season 2, folks. After we finish this, and I don't know how long it's going to take, 3-4 sessions maybe, but certainly we'll have it done by the end of the year. That's going to be the end of Season 2, and we're going to be moving into Season 3. So they will at that point have done, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4... So they will be, by the time they get through this, they'll be at level 7, and we've been playing for about a year at that point and a half. So that's not too bad. If we're making 5 levels a year or whatever, or 5 years, 5 levels every 8 months or whatever, that's pretty good. So we're going to be moving into Season 3 starting next year. So that's going to be exciting. How we say our age changes over time is a loop. When little, we say I'm 7.5. When teen, we round up. When we hit 30s, we round down. When we hit 40s, we freeze it to a younger age, or say the decade. I'm in my 40s. When we get really old, we go back to I'm 98.5. Yeah, that's pretty much true. That's pretty much true. You when you're young, you can't wait to get older, partly because you want authority over yourself. And then you get to the point where you want to be kind of like, to a certain point recognized for what you are. Then you get to this middle section where the age is kind of not relevant to you. You're just kind of like, yeah, I'm in my 30s, whatever. I'm in before. And then you get to a certain point where you're like, what am I doing with my life? Where am I? Where am I going? And then you get to a certain point where it all, you kind of just kind of go where you go. Yeah, I don't know. I'm happy with where things are so far. So we're going to see how that happens. Reach 20, hit 40, and achieve 60. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay, so, and they have done study after study after study, by the way, that shows that people who get past 60 tend to be happier. That there's this stage where people kind of reach a certain point, they get least happy somewhere between 30 and 40, and they really struggle. And then if you get to a certain point, people in their 60s and 70s tend to just get happier over time, which is not necessarily what you would expect. And of course, there's exceptions and all that. But as a general term, study after study has demonstrated that, which I think is very hopeful. So anyway, so Eberron, Oracle of War, as we move into the end of Season 2. Then on Sunday, the 18th, right now, we have the Speculate Twitch event right now of Girl by Moonlight Fractal Spire. But again, that is subject to change. Off Monday the 19th, Tuesday the 20th, Adventures of Middle-earth, and then Talisman Adventures over on GOGCOM's Twitch channel. Off Wednesday, Thursday. Friday the 23rd, I just realized I accidentally put my birthday stream twice, so let's just take that out. There we go. I don't have another birthday stream. The 23rd is going to be D&D with viewers because I was not able to do that last month. That's going to be Into the Unknown as we continue that single player experience. That's going to be a good time. Not single player, but me kind of having us all vote on what we're doing. That's going to be fun. Then we go into, on Saturday the 24th, Expedition from the Mysterious Peaks. That's our second session of the month of that. Then on the 25th, Soundclash the Clampdown, again, subject to change. Tuesday the 27th, the Patreon Field Chat Chosen Game of the Month over on Pen and Pixels and GOGCom's Twitch channel. We'll have D&D with GOG Ghosts of Saltmarsh. And then Friday the 30th, Lost and Random. And I have no idea if at that point Lost and Random is going to be concluding or if it'll be midway through or what. But I expect to be done with Lost and Random sometime, between there and maybe the end of October, unless I'm way off, which is possible. And then Frostpunk a little bit. And if all goes well, I will be moving into ActRaiser. That's the one I forgot. Into a little bit of ActRaiser before getting into Ghost of Tsushima. So it's going to be a good time. Nice. Well, that's good stuff, Patch Up. Bam, we hit 50. That's funny. No, listen, I agree with that. You know, as much as I'm happy to be done with video screens in my teaching, and I'm happy to be back to being face to face with people, which is kind of what I signed up for in my teaching. There's no question that being able to do online D&D has made it easier for me to be able to connect with so many people and play more D&D in general. So I'm really excited about that. You have a suggestion for the next chat chosen game? Hey man, you can nominate it when we do that. Nominations are going to be in a week from Tuesday is when nominations are going to be, but certainly you can let me know what you're thinking about. So yeah, anyway, so that's what's going on with the month of September. It's going to be a great month. Very excited for it. And, yeah, now the thing that I want to mention here, is that I have a giveaway. Now, this is courtesy. Now I can move this back over here. So this is a courtesy. You just, find the name of it. Let me know. Now, this is courtesy of the amazing and award-winning EDE Bell. Now, if any of you know my dear friend, Enemy the Honored, you will know that she has been very excited for the arrival of something on a truck. And the specific thing she's been excited for is the hardcover edition of this. Now, you've all seen me, I think, show this off. This is Night Ivy. I am reading this book currently as we speak. I'm really enjoying it. Check out that amazing cover, by the way. Really, really good stuff. So I'm going to be talking a little more with Emily about this when I get done with it. That's the paperback, though, right? So the hardcover has arrived, and I have been sent a hardcover not only to show off, but there's something else exciting about that. So observe the hardcover in all its glory. Look at that. Night Ivy, EDE Bell. Please note the amazing looking spine. You've got, of course, the Athos Arts logo. Come on, zoom in. You can do it, camera. There you go. Right? The Athos Arts logo. You've got, of course, the award-winning guest of honor right there at CanCon. So we've got that. And then you've got the back cover, of course, with this. There you go. I love that font, incidentally, too. And it just happens to have a dedication as well, which I feel duty bound to. This book is dedicated to Gregory A. Wilson, whoever that guy is, who helped me embrace my inner bard. And it is a great honor to have my friend Emily dedicate this book to me. Now, so this book looks amazing, right? Check out what happens when I remove the dust cover. And you're like, this is not a dust cover that's hiding a book. No. This is a dust cover which is embracing the book. Observe that. That right there is what it looks like even without the dust cover. Is it possible that it's even better or that it's equally good? Look at that. Ah, yeah. And then look at the stitching there and everything. Oh man. Absolutely gorgeous. You know what? I think it is a little better, but that's nothing against this cover. This dust cover is great. It's just, oh man, like look at this. How good is that? Yeah, you need to remove the dust cover like that. I mean, like just to see this thing. So it's very, very cool. And if you're like, wow, that's amazing. How can I find about that? Here's the good news, chat. Tonight, we are giving a copy of this away. In fact, I'm giving away this copy to you. One of you fine people is going to win a drawing for this very book, and I am going to ship it to you because that's how I roll. Mostly it's because that's how EDE Bell and Athos Arts rolls. They sent me an extra copy because Emily wanted me to, first of all, show this off on stream, and secondly said, you are welcome to give it away if you want. And I was like, yeah, hell yeah, I'm happy to do that. So thank you to Emily for giving this away. Oh, I almost forgot. This other side too. Look at this. That's the other side of the cover. So yeah. So you're going to win a drawing of the book. Who drew it? I see what you did there. Not only are you going to win a copy of that, by the way, but where did the oh yeah, I forgot. Coming with it free of charge is this bookmark. Come on, zoom in. Yeah, look at that. Haha. So you're also going to get that. This book, you will note, by the way, is signed. Signed, sealed, and delivered by EDE Bell. So at the end of the stream tonight, so you have to stick around to the end of the stream. At the end of the stream tonight, I'm going to be giving this bad boy away. And you will have a chance to get this shipped to you. I will ship it at my cost anywhere in the U.S. If you are outside the U.S. and you win this, then we'll speak a little bit about defraying the cost of shipping partly, but otherwise I'm going to ship this. And I want to thank Emily for sending this along and Athos Arts for sending this along. So it really is nice stuff. It's a beautiful looking book in addition to the fact that I will fully admit that I'm hoping that as time goes on, one of the things we've talked about is that if everything goes well with Greyshade, with Renegade and Heretic, that it would be cool to be able to do an omnibus edition. And I'll tell you right now, first book I ever had, creative book that I ever had, was in hardcover. The Third Sign was hardcover, and there is something about getting and also the special edition of the Icarus Jelinek was hardcover, and that's amazing. A hardcover edition of Greyshade with Renegade and Heretic would be pretty slick. Like, there's something about a hardcover book that you're just like, oh man, now you've arrived, right? Is how you feel. The other time that you feel that way, I think, is when you start seeing it in bookstores. I had a little bit of that feeling when I walked around and I was seeing Tales and Tomes, also hardcover, of course, Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. When I was walking along the Gen Con floor and I saw that in various booths, that was very cool. That had a little bit of that feeling, but I'm still excitedly waiting for that moment of walking into just random bookstore somewhere and just seeing a copy of Greyshade or one of those sitting on the shelves. So I'm excited for that. But in any case, so I definitely think you should check this out. I guess the way I would describe this is a really good, I think, exploration of the interior life of the protagonist. And there are some books which do that in a very interesting way. There are some books that are kind of not so interesting in the way they do it. There are some books which do it but kind of, miss wildly, like what they're trying to do, but they don't really get there. And this definitely, I think, to me, has been really interesting in looking how it explores the interior life of this person. Of course, set in a fantasy universe, there's magic involved and all that. But a lot of it is just watching the way in which the protagonist kind of explores the life that's been presented. And so, yeah, that's what I would say. I think it's worth your while to check it out. And yeah, so this book I'm going to be giving away. Thank you again to Athos. My copy I'm going to continue to read, and I am grateful that I was sent a signed copy of this. Actually, several signed copies. There is a paperback edition. Actually, no, that's not true. I have one that's not signed. That was the paperback. And then I have this other one, which was personally signed to me, which I'm very grateful for. So you didn't want Tobor, robot spelled backwards. Omnibot. What is Omnibot? That's pretty awesome. I mean, I remember there was, oh God, what was the Transformer that I had? I think, do I still have, I don't think I have that anymore. I think I probably gave that stuff away. But there was a Transformer it was all these like rescue robots, and it was like lesser known. There were other ones that everyone's like, oh yeah, you mean it's this big thing, but it wasn't that. It was like one of the lesser known ones, but it was like all these rescue vehicles, like an ambulance and then the cop car and a fire truck and whatever. And they all come together to make this Rescutor or Rescue Defensor. Is that it? Yeah, Defensor, the Protectobots. Man, that thing was slick. You put that thing together and you're just like, hell yeah. And I never had a Voltron, with the Lions, that would have been even cooler. But oh man, like that was pretty slick. The paperclip style bookmark. Omnibot 2000, you could even why is that tickling my memory? That sounds really familiar to me. You had an original Megatron that turned to the gun. I had this one. I still do have somewhere. Optimus Prime. I do still have Optimus Prime. What I had when I was a kid, I had Soundwave, and I had there was Laserbeak, and there was one other. The tape cassette literally turned into a hawk, and it was Laserbeak, and it was one other one, and I think I had Laserbeak. But the thing that was cool about Soundwave was at those days, the Transformers at the back, they had this little chart that showed like basically their stats, like, what they were good at. And one of the stats was how popular they were with the other Transformers. And so in this particular case, like Soundwave, apparently nobody liked Soundwave in the Decepticons because he was always listening in. So like Megatron used him all the time as like his spy network, more or less, whatever. And so people were always really suspicious of Soundwave. And you all remember like the big sort of notable non-Megatron Decepticon was Soundscream. Right? Or not Soundscream, Starscream. Starscream was always the big, like, yes, royal leader. And he was always like trying to launch a coup against Megatron or whatever. But man, Soundwave was cool, man. Soundwave was cool stuff. Thank you, Critchwitch. 30 months, Jetfire. There you go. Thanks so much, Critchwitch. I appreciate it. Thank you. And you had all 3 Voltron. What do you mean 3? 3? I only know of 2. There was the silly one with the cars that had like 40 different pieces. I'll form the left big toe. I'll form the right. No, there was the car one, and then there was the guy who was the I was pretty sure the voice of Optimus Prime was also the voice of the dude who ran the space thing that looked like an aircraft carrier from which that Voltron was created. And then the second one was the one I knew, which was the Lions, which was the really cool one. There was a third one. I don't know the third Voltron. I know those first 2. Optimus Prime had turned into a base. Oh, yeah, no, I just had the truck. I had the truck one. The Lions, the vehicles, the 6th armed one who was formed from 3 humanoids. I never heard of that one. I've never heard of that one, Arudinel. I love the Lions one. Oh, man, the Lions was so great. There was so much cool stuff that came with that. It was just too bad that every episode was the same formula, which was just like, here's a big Robeast. Yes, we will bring them down. And then like whatever that witch person is like, we will bring them down, Lord, whatever his name was. And then they send down the Robeast and he like ravages the planet. And then they're like, all right, here's Voltron. And then it's like battle, battle, battle. And then it's like, ding, wham, blazing sword. Still the coolest sword draw in all of 80s cartoons. The coolest weapon draw. Is very close between the Thundercats Ho thing from Thundercats, which is amazing. But and that still holds up. That remains epic. The rest of that cartoon is not aged well, but that is still amazing. But the coolest thing ever, for my money, is freaking fist together, bang, blazing sword. That was absurd. Like as a kid, I was just like, hell yes. Let's see it. It was pretty awesome. Yeah, the personalities. I love the Lions one. Yeah, Hagar. That's right. Okay. What is there? I'm not going to play it because I don't want to get in trouble. The Omnibot. Oh, okay. I thought you were going to show me Voltron. Okay. Yes, I remember this. I do remember this. You know what this looked like too? This looked like Robbie. You remember the robot for Nintendo that only had the spinning top? And like that was basically all it could do is like you could control it, like moves a spinning top over and then drop it on a table. And it like integrated with a couple of Nintendo games, but it never felt like they like did anything with it other than just that. But yeah. Oh man. What's up, Dark Spielspork? Protectobots. Yeah, that's the one. Yes. I had that. Streetwise, Groove, Blades, First Aid, and Hotspot. The Mighty Defensor. Man, that dude was sick. Absolutely sick. I forgot about Groove. Yeah. There was the helicopter. Oh, man. Those were cleverly made, too, because the head of the robot is actually the same thing that fit into the joint, like of the knee of the leg of the fire truck, which was the body. Yeah, Defensor. 4 land, 4 air, 4 water. That's the third Voltron. Yeah, exactly. Back in the day when people were, I'll tell you what, and then we have to get into playing because I want to finish Triangle Strategy tonight. The most dangerous, like, are you kidding me? Why did they ever allow this toy that I ever had? I've talked about this on stream before, was a foam cutting kit. So the foam cutting kit was just sheets of foam, like, not the sort of soft foam, but the kind of hard foam that you could break in half, right? And then there was this yellow thing, which was heated up. I think it was like, a D battery or C battery, something like that. And they had a trigger on it and there was a wire. And so literally what it would do is you would press the trigger and the wire would heat up. And then you could use that to cut through the foam. And it was like super effective at doing that. But let's be clear. This wire was not shielded. This wire was not protected from being touched. It's just a hot ass wire on top of this freaking so you can imagine, and they show like, kids at the ages of like 7 to like 12 and 13, like happily cutting foam. Can you imagine? So basically what they're saying is I give Mini Arv, right, that toy in 9 months. Now I understand that a lot can happen between the ages of 6 and 7. I'm telling you right now, not a chance on God's green earth they would allow a toy with an unprotected, superheated wire to be just... I mean, all you need is one kid to get pissed at another, stab a kid in the arm, and it's like, oh my God. It's just, I'm thinking back at it, I'm like, how is that possible that we allowed that? Like, and everything else that I had, like I had I still have actually, a Mastercaster, which is this thing that you melt wax in it. And it's basically like this little car factory where you like run it along and then it pours the hot wax into this mold. I made so many cool cars from that. That was awesome. And that is all internal. So like you'd have to like rip the thing apart to really get to the point where it'd be dangerous. Chemistry kits, okay, but by definition, everyone knows that chemistry kits could be a little dangerous if you mix the chemicals the wrong way. But like this thing was just yeah, but the thing is, even Shrinky Dinks, that was very clear, like, because you're dealing with the oven, right? So every adult is like, okay, well, I have to put the thing in the oven. Like, that was the thing. But like, this was just so, oh my God. It just literally superheated wire. He had a cauldron to melt the lead in oh my God. It is amazing how much stuff people did not know the danger of it. Like playing with mercury thermometers. My dad used to tell me the story of how they used to play with mercury because you could, like, if it fell out of a thermometer, it'd make these cool little balls you could roll around. And by the time I was born, that had been learned not to be done. So pretty much I avoided most of that, but my goodness gracious. The foam thing, yeah. Well, I also had crossbows and catapults, which I hear they're going to redo, which is like this thing where where you push down, like, so there's a catapult, right? And then a crossbow, and they're these like plastic, I don't know, they're maybe that big, let's say, and you put them down in, I guess they're about maybe that big, something like that. And so you put them in this thing, you pull it back, and it uses a rubber band. So you use it and you're like supposed to like let it go, and it springs up and it shoots the thing towards your opponent's castle. But if you're a kid, you don't just put the rubber band on the way they expect. You find a rubber band and then you wrap that sucker so that when you pull it down, you are pulling some serious torque. So then when you shoot it, it's like bing, so that you can freaking try to aim it halfway across a room or into the person there, because clearly if you could take out the person who's actually running the castle, well, then you win before you do anything else. But that's all stuff that like is taking something and obviously working your way to make it more dangerous. The foam cutter is just definitionally out of the box dangerous. Like Spirograph, the thing where you put the plastic rings down and then you move the pencil around it or whatever, and it makes these patterns. Spirographs are cool. They have spirographs today. Technically, spirographs could be dangerous if the pins that you use to pin the spirograph to the board, if you took them and like poked someone with them. But that again is incidental to the product. What I'm saying is, opening up this box, it was just like superheated wire. Like, good gravy. Yeah, no, right? Like, just that's dangerous. So anyway, thanks for that walk down memory lane, and I'm glad. I'm glad that you had that. Well, yeah. But the thing is, though, I mean, the safety checks being what they are, I think for the most part, though, they make sense mostly. Like, there are some situations, but like, listen, I did things that were, I did things that were really foolish. I'd like to think that I was a fairly sensible kid, but I still did things that were just dumb. Like, as an example, I've talked about this before. Anyone ever make the Lysol flamethrower, where you take a hanger, you bend it around the outside of the can of Lysol, you like open it up, you wrap it around one end, hold it on the other end, and then fold it around a lighter, right? And then you light the lighter, and you either put like a match in it or you light the lighter and then you tape the light down so that the flame is just continual. And then you press the Lysol and the flame is coming out this way. No, I know, Patch Up. The flame is coming out this way, and that's great, except the flame makes its way up the spray over time towards the can. Guess what happens if the flame gets to the can of Lysol? All of a sudden, your flamethrower has become a bomb, which explodes in your face. This is, to be clear, incredibly ridiculously dumb. This is a bad idea. Don't ever do this. But there I was, allegedly sensible person, at the age of probably 13, I think, because I'm pretty sure I was in probably 13 or 14, somewhere in there. And there I am, like hanging out with a friend of mine in the woods, being like, just like, what? Yeah, no, this was as I repeat, bad idea. Really, really silly. Really not a good idea. Arbalest and trebuchets. Oh, oh no. What? Arun, no, that is terrible. Oh my gosh, that is an awful story. I mean, it's sort of funny in retrospect, but that's awful that you went through that. True, Dark Steel. No, my daughter, who's now 14, my daughter was way more sensible at the age of 13 than I was at that time, and I was a pretty sensible kid. Now, I got over it, and I certainly didn't do the ridiculous things that other kids did at the time, but that was just... I played with model rockets quite a bit, but those were really designed to be very safe. And so, you put the rocket engine in, it's all solid state until you put it into the bottom, or solid, whatever they call it, solid fuel, I guess. You put it into the bottom, rig those electrical things in, bring it back, put it, and the lead is like, I don't know how many, many, many feet long. So you get way far away, push it, up goes the rocket into the air. But you're so far from it, and you're like, that I consider to be quite safe. And actually, the technology has stayed very much the same even up till the present day. That was fine, right? That was safe. That was no problem. But the flamethrower thing, here to tell you, don't do that. Don't be that guy. That is not good. I still can't believe to this day that I actually did that. That's just staggering. Okay, so I got to make one adjustment here. All right, just got to make a note to myself for later. Good. Oh, yeah. Right. There was one time where I didn't put that in between the chute and the engine. I didn't put enough of it in, and yeah, it scorched the inside of the rocket. It made it down, but like the parachute, it broke off one of the fins because the parachute was like half burned away. So it like, I knew there was a problem when it popped the chute and the rocket was like, I'm like, oh boy. And it was, I hadn't put, and it looked like tissue paper. Like the stuff that they used that was this stuff that, like, it works. It worked to protect the parachute, but it literally looked like tissue paper. So, and I remember a friend of mine being like, maybe you should just use regular tissue paper. And I was like, no, that will actually burn the rocket. So, yeah. Glitter bomb the teacher. That's really funny. Man, all right. So let's get into some triangle strategy. Memory lane. Good stuff. Good stuff. Oh, God, the BB guns. I never had a BB gun. I did have a hand crossbow, like a target shooting hand crossbow, which is a little weird. I had a bow and arrow. I had laser tag, of course, but I had a hand crossbow, which is dangerous, right? And I actually don't think my parents knew I had that. I think that's the one thing that I never told them that I actually had. I also had I had a knife. Well, I had a Swiss Army knife, but I also, because my uncle and aunt and uncle gave me that, but I also had a, one of those like survival knives that has the compass in the top of it. And I love that thing because it unscrewed, and inside the handle there was like a fishing wire and like a thing to like a wire that you could use to cut wood and stuff like this. Like you could saw it along the wood and everything. I love that thing. And that could have, and also a thing to sharpen the knife. That thing could have been dangerous, but my parents by that point knew that I was sensible and that I wasn't, except for the flamethrower, and I wasn't going to get into trouble with that sort of thing. And so I had that, but that was it. I had the knife. I don't really count the Swiss Army knife, honestly. So I had the knife, and then I had the hand crossbow, and my parents didn't know about that. But yeah, friend of mine made a bunch of like throwing stars out of coffee can lids, like the metal top of coffee can lids, but they all kind of sucked. Like they sort of semi worked, but not exactly. So there was those, but like really legitimately it was that. As Dusk Falls, it's a Telltale style game. That sounds good. Although, is it really bleak and depressing and or horrible, Rock God? I'm curious. I wonder. Man. Then I got one of those electrical set. I have two as well, like 150 in one from Radio Shack. And they had one thing that was like you could rig up an alarm so that it would send off an alarm if someone triggered the wire. So I was all smug about it. I'm like, haha. But then you have to place it between things in Roll20 in Roll20 in the kit. And so hold on a second. Okay. And so I realized there was no way to like string the wire across the door. So I had to kind of put half of the kit across my door to my room. So my mom at one point like was knocking to get me ready for school, and like knocks on the door and then pushes it open. And so like all that she manages to do is just bang into the electrical kit and push it over to the side. So the alarm didn't go off, but she was like, Greg, what is this? I'm like, that's the alarm setup that I had. She's like, what do you mean? And I have to like go over and then in a very embarrassed way, pull the wire that does the meh. And I'm like, it was my alarm. And she's like, why don't you get ready for school? And I'm like, I'll do that. It has its moments, depends on how you play it. Well, nominate it. I have not heard of that one. I've done other Telltale stuff, obviously. The Wolf Among Us, obviously, is amazing. And I played a little bit of the Telltale games of Batman. I have more of those I'm going to do. Oh, nice, Rudnell. Yeah, exactly. I was like, we will never talk about this again. This will not happen. Okay, character stories. I remember we're doing those first. So we've got Jen shows Serenoa a book he borrowed from the archives, and Benedict and Eridor uphold a custom they've shared for 30 years. Okay, well, let's do the Jens one first. Jens, who had some good moments in the last session.
That tome is an apprentice's resource, if I'm not mistaken. Are you studying ironworking?
Yes, I borrowed it some time ago from the archives in the Grand Duchy of Esfrost.
Got my other glasses.
I haven't had a chance to return it, what with the state of affairs being as it is.
Pretty much the case. Easter. Any pathetic attempt I had of electrical engineering was ended at that point. I was like, listen, what I've learned here is that what's actually going to save me in this scenario is my ability to think on my feet, be witty and or charming, and convince people based upon logic and persuasion, more than my ability to actually set up an electrical circuit from a Radio Shack 150 in one kit. So that was what I that was what I learned from that experience. Reminds you a bit of Detroit Become Human. Ah, cool. Cool. Very cool. Okay.
Ian's I can't remember the last time you privileged us with a visit.
His name is pronounced Ians? The hell do you get Ians out of Jens? What? I can understand Jens. Ians? It's a J, but you pronounce it like an I. What? So I've just been like, what's up, Jens? He's like, that would be Ians. And your name is Steven, right? Your entire name except the S is silent?
Well, my weapons aren't going to forge themselves. But now that I've a respite from my days of sweat and flame, I thought I'd continue my studies.
Yeah, or it could be Hens, but Ians. Actually, that's a really good title. My Days of Sweat and Flame. Ooh. Yeah, it's Jens or Jens, not Ians, but that's how they pronounced it. Oh, Ians. Ians? My Days of Sweat and Flame, though. That is a sick title right there.
You hunger for knowledge the way a fire hungers for kindling.
I'd never have become the blacksmith I am if not for what I gleaned from these tomes.
Check out this music, by the way. This is new music. Really, really love this soundtrack. Really good music. Oh my God, Arunel. Yeah, maybe the voice actor misread it. Ians.
If it takes a lifetime of studying and striving to forge the perfect weapon, then so be it.
Blame the localization. So it should be IENS, right? Is what it should be, Specchio? Yep. Patch up. Hard same. I got my Swiss Army knife, and it's exactly what I did. I literally was like, I'm going to open everything on this knife. Did that. Promptly cut my finger. And it was at my aunt and uncle's house, and I wonder if you can yep. This is never going to show up on stream. I'm going to show you my middle finger. Don't take it the wrong way. Here we go. Let me see if this is going to show up. I don't know. You probably can't see it, but there's a little white scar that was right there, and that was a result of it. And I was up in their bathroom, and was like, it didn't stop bleeding because it wasn't like a deep cut. I didn't like cut my finger off, but like, and finally, I think my mom came up to find out what was going on, and I was like really upset, and I thought I was going to get in trouble. And they were like, okay. And so, they helped me out, and they gave me a Band-Aid, whatever. And I forget I think it was my dad maybe who said this, or my uncle, but they were like, all right, well, now you've learned how to respect the knife, and you're never going to do that again. And I was like, nope. Hard same, patch up. It's exactly right. See, I told the truth because there was nothing to do. I was like, I'm never going to explain this, so I better just explain it. And I did, and they were like, well, so hard same. From my whittling knife. Arunel. That's funny. Okay.
One day, all will know the name of Ians, the greatest smithy the realm has ever seen.
Ians. One day all will know the name of my misspelled Ians.
That is all well and good, but would you mind proclaiming that a little more quietly?
Ians for life! Let's get ready for Ians!
Yes, apologies. In my excitement, I quite forgot I was in a library.
It's not wrong. A Danish name. But it's spelled Jens and it's pronounced Iens. Ians. Again, like if it was like Jens, that's fine. Jens. Like Jarl, for instance. But Ians, like they're not pronouncing it Jens with a Y sound. It's Iens. So
I must say, I can't help but admire your burning ambition.
Really? Benedict's voice actor? I should ask, I don't know if I have any Danish viewers, but I should ask if they know, if I do get someone from Denmark, if they can tell me the deal.
But while we're speaking in hushed tones,
I must ask you, how do you actually pronounce your name?
Our army has been anything but quiet as of late. You forge weapons for them, yes? Might you have any insight into the matter?
I wish I did, but I have scant time for the goings-on outside my own small forge. Though, now that you mention it, my orders from the army have increased.
Could it be that they're preparing for war?
Could it be now? It's a pronunciation used in Northern Europe. Interesting. Yeah, well, they would view cutting yourself as considerably less dangerous than finding out about Tegay, right, Emily? That would be the claim.
As if a war could break out on the eve of our three nations' grand new venture.
Foreshadowing. As if anyone could ever possibly break down this peaceful experience.
Indeed. That would be unthinkable. S. Frost's sudden attack on Glenbrook confirmed my worst fears. And once the war started, I could forget about returning this book. But I still hope to. One day, when peace has returned to our realm.
I hope you will fight by my side till it does.
Well, I'm going to betray you at the worst possible moment.
Without hesitation, my lord.
And I hope you'll then tell us how to pronounce your name. All right, so we got that character. I like these little character stories. All right, and let's go with Benedict Nerador. What's going on with you?
All right, lads and lasses, lay down your arms. Let your bruises remind you of the lessons learned today.
Oh.
Ah, what fortuitous timing. I still owe you for the drinks from the other evening. I wondered if I might treat you tonight.
Apologies, lass, but I've got places to be. Perhaps another time.
Wow, the brush off.
He seemed troubled by something. Perhaps I'm overthinking it.
I like this music too.
Let us end our day's work here.
It is early, is it not? Is something amiss?
No, nothing at all. Just my attention is required elsewhere for a time.
Elsewhere? Curious.
Uh-oh. Anna's suddenly like, time to investigate.
How many have you had?
Not enough. Just one for you, I take it.
Yes.
Went by in a flash. Can you believe it's been 30 years?
The time has escaped us. The memory of that day, however, I doubt ever will.
"30 years ago, during the Saltire War."
Thrice damned, can't move. Always thought I'd meet my end with a beautiful lass by my side.
You have many days ahead of you yet, Eredor. We will see you returned home.
Don't try to run, you curs!
Leave me be. I'll just slow you down. It was my cursed pride that got us into this. Only I should suffer for it. We don't all need to die today. Run!
Even in the face of death, you refuse to set aside your foolish pride. I followed you into this hell of my own will, and I will see you delivered from it.
Good line. It's a good line.
You fool!
Charge!
Come and die.
Yeah!
Come and die. Montage. Fade to black before we know what happened. We can figure it out, I guess.
That would have been it for us, had Lord Simon not met their charge in time.
Aye. And the only punishment for my pride were these aches that keep me awake at night.
We hungered for glory all those years ago, without a care for how it would serve us later on.
A couple of would-be heroes who couldn't be convinced they weren't invincible.
Yet here we are, drinking, to celebrate the end of that war. I do not wish to reminisce upon the past. A toast that I may never again repeat the mistakes of my youth.
That time I made a flamethrower from a Lysol can.
But before that,
Yeah?
you have served House Wolfort well, Eredor. That said, I have a feeling we'll need your sturdy shield even more going forward.
You need me to lead a charge? I'm your man. I'll leave anything fancier than that to you. For House Wolfort!
For House Wolfort.
I like the connection between Ben. I got to be honest, knock on wood, but I'm having a hard time seeing how Benedict actually gets to betraying House Wolfort. Like, it's possible, but man, they've gone a long way down the direction of making Benedict, you know, a believable dude. Okay, what do we got? We've got Hyzant. I actually want to know about how Hyzant reacts. Gustadolf and the changing of the times. All right, we'll deal with this one last. Let's go to this one first. What's your new swear? Which one is your new swear, Emily?
Ah, Milo has sent a dispatch from Glenbrook. Deep within the Grand Rosalian mines lies... It would seem salt crystals were found within.
Impossible.
Impossible.
The discovery of salt outside the source explains Gustadolf's recent provocations.
Oh, thrice damned.
How can you be so calm?
Yep.
The teachings tell us that salt is a blessing, bestowed only upon the goddess's followers. The discovery of these salt crystals is an existential threat to Hyzant.
Could be.
Salt crystals are salt too. We need only keep word of this discovery from spreading.
Of course. But how?
The Hierophant has spoken. Minister Exham, you shall raise an army and seize the Grand Rosalian mines in Hyzant's name.
Great. Great. Saw that coming.
The Hierophant asks us to invade Glenbrook?
Do you have another way to silence King Roland and his royal hounds in House Wolfort?
Okay, once again, to be clear, the guy, there's clearly no Hierophant. That's going to be the big reveal, is that this
Minister
dude,
Serenoa
Idor,
is one of us,
this
and
guy
thus is honor bound to heed the Hierophant's word.
is going to be the guy who's been calling the shots. Like, the guy behind the curtain, right, is going to be like this little, like, don't look behind the curtain.
But we know not if he will do so, or if he will cast his lot with his precious king. You shall ask him yourself when you surround Castle Wolfort en route to the mine.
And if he resists?
You are free to deal with him, as we do with all who forsake the goddess.
Yep. Saw that coming. Okay. All right, so we got 2 left. We're going to go here first. So you mean like the who?
Have you heard the popular rumor, Lord Claris?
The hell's
That Hyzant intends to raise an army against Glenbrook?
Oh, yeah,
yes,
this guy.
I am familiar.
So it's reached the consortium then. Is it true?
King Roland has only just reclaimed the Crown City with Hyzant's help, not to mention restored relations with them. Ordinarily, such a thing would be unthinkable, but the rumors are so persistent that I think something may be afoot.
For example?
I wouldn't be so restless if I had an example to give.
Esfrost gathers its troops at Twinsgate. Might they have heard the rumors as well?
Perhaps. A battle for the very soul of Norzelia may loom on the horizon. But therein lies the opportunity for merchants like us. You can't wage war without a surfeit of supplies.
You're quite right about that.
About that.
And each shift in Norzelia's power balance opens new business opportunities.
Will the consortium continue trading with Hyzant?
'Tis difficult to say. I believe House Wolfort's actions from here on will be key to the consortium's decision.
House Wolfort, you say?
Indeed. They've been involved in most every conflict between the 3 nations on this continent. Why stop now?
They're also the only house which survived.
I shall wait and see how Lord Serenoa responds first, lest I make any hasty decisions.
Yep, I feel a scales of conviction coming down the pike. All right, last part of the main story is Gustadolf. All right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I agree. Lot of attention to detail in this, for sure. Whoa. Dang. Oh. It's a big gate.
I am gladdened to see each and every one of you, my ironclad brothers in arms, here at Twinsgate. I have asked you here to tell you of a most fortuitous discovery.
Fortuitous.
We have found crystals of salt deep in the Grand Norzelian mine.
Just happened.
Alas, Glenbrook has taken those very mines from us. What's worse, Glenbrook's esteemed House Wolfort is led by one of the saintly 7 of Hyzant. They will no doubt be informed of the salt crystals, and their precious religion will be shaken to its core. I trust you can all imagine how Hyzant will respond to such an affront.
Hey, Larry.
They will not go quietly, but will instead seek the crystals for themselves, that their reign of terror may continue unimpeded.
Reign of terror, huh?
Therefore, we must subdue Glenbrook and seize the mines for Esfrost if we are to counter this grave threat. But we cannot stop there, for that will only draw Hyzant to our gates. They will stop at nothing to conquer all of Norzelia in their name.
Again, for the most part, very solid voice acting here.
The Duchy has never been in a more precarious position.
It'd be great if the doors...
We will not yield. We subscribe to no faith, and we bend the knee for no king.
I would love it if it would say precarious, and then the gates started to open, and he's like, Which signed paperback novel I pre-ordered 28 seconds ago. Would that be a signed paperback novel from myself? Because if so, thank you very much, Larry, for doing that, and I hope you enjoy it. And thank you so much, if it is indeed Greyshade that you're speaking of. You know what I mean, guys? She'll just be like some dude is standing there, like, listening to the speech, he, like, accidentally hits it, and then, like...
We shall greet our enemies at Twinsgate with cold, hard steel,
Oh, that's awesome. Well, thank you, Larry, so much for doing that, and I hope you enjoy it. And I should say, if anyone, I want to renew the idea that if anyone has read Greyshade now and has had the chance to read it and enjoy it, please, 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 when you do that, please leave a good review, a positive review, I assume, assuming you want to, at Amazon and at Goodreads, because those things are really helpful. More reviews really help the algorithm. Again, if you hated it, then, you can write whatever you like, but you don't really have to post a hugely negative one. But if you did read the book and you did like it, then please, if you can publicly do that through a review, it definitely helps authors to do that. So, yeah, I agree, Geester. It wouldn't actually work that way.
Our newest weapon, the Death Snell, is nearly complete. With it, we shall strike back at Hyzant. The
Awesome
false
guy.
goddess shall crumble beneath the sheer force of our iron will.
Sheer force.
And Hyzant reduced to rubble along with her. Raise your swords, my black iron heroes. Your names shall be cast in iron when the histories of this day are written. You shall be known as the defenders of Esfrost.
Let's go!
For Esfrost!
For Esfrost! That's like 10 people. For Esfrost!
Oh, yes. The Death Snell will reduce many a falsehood to rubble, dear Gustadolf.
Ooh, Svarog's got something planned. Huh. All right, we got the main stories finished.
Hyzant has learned of the salt crystals. Minister Exham of the Saintly Seven wastes no time in mustering his army, which now marches on the Grand Nozellian mines.
Yep, everyone's got plans.
Elsewhere, Gustadolf amasses his own forces at Twins Gate in anticipation of the war to come.
Those are good emotes, Gaia.
All eyes are on Glenbrook, where Roland and Serenoa's pronouncement could touch off a battle for the soul of Norzelia.
I freaking love the trumpets in this. Absolutely love the trumpets. Listen. And then this part. Coming up, I love this. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Trumpets, baby. You want people to stand up and take notice? Get you some trumpets. Let's go.
After much
Love the music in Triangle Strategy.
Roland makes his way to Castle Wolffort to inform Serenoa of the decision that now weighs heavy on his heart.
Yeah, it's great. There's great music in this. Really love it. It's not up to the level. I still think Final Fantasy Tactics soundtrack is a little better. I would still argue that the soundtrack for Final Fantasy VII Remake outstrips this, but that's nothing against this game. That's just because the Final Fantasy VII Remake music is off the hook incredible, as is Tactics. This is really good. Bastion also has a great soundtrack, but it's a different kind of game. Okay, Roland visits Wolffort and tells Serenoa of his decision. Oh, no kidding, Specchio. It's great. I love that. Now you see the violins inherent in the system. FF7 Remake.
I appreciate you coming all this way, Roland.
Is great all the way. Just absolutely great. One of my favorite games in the last decade, Final Fantasy VII Remake.
I was the one who asked for your time, so it is only natural I make the journey. I wish to tell you that I finally made up my mind.
And I would hear your decision if you were willing to share it with me.
And all of a sudden, Roland breaks in. And I made up my mind. I ain't wasting no more time, 'cause here I go again. Here I go again on my
pondered
own.
over the one thing that Norzelia needs most.
Ooh, that's slick, Specchio. That's nice. FMA Brotherhood is my favorite anime of all time. I have not seen any of Full Metal Alchemist. I've watched a few episodes of Cowboy Bebop. Did not love it. So yeah, that's pretty sick. I would not actually mind getting at some point, and I don't know which one to get, but a Final Fantasy VII Remake print. But I don't know what I want. I don't know which one I would want of it. But at some point, I'd like to do that to be able to put up.
I thought back on the Salt Iron War.
So think of tactics, but
30 years have passed. Yet the root of our conflict remains the same.
there's a lot great stuff going on graphically in Final Fantasy Tactics, but not at the level of the big picture stuff. It's the sprite work that's really good. So I don't know that that corresponds. If I were you, Patch Up, I would. Well, this is my opinion. So I have played 1, 2. I don't think I played 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I played the first 15 hours of 8, and then I couldn't stand it. I was not a fan of 8. 9, and then the first half of 10. And then I have since played the whatever the online one is. Is that Final Fantasy 14? I've played some of that. And I have also played Final Fantasy Tactics. Maybe my favorite game of all time is Final Fantasy Tactics. It's like top 2 or 3. So that's number 1 for me. But that is very different from the other series. That's a strategy game, and so Final Fantasy Tactics is kind of off to the side. If you're just looking at the sort of standard approach, for me, the order goes 7 is my favorite. 9 is very good and is just a little shy of 7. I love 9. Final Fantasy VI is excellent too, and for a lot of people, 6 is even better than 7. I like 6 as well, but then I would say 5, and then it gets a little fuzzy, like probably 1 and 2. 4 was okay as well. Final Fantasy X, I just kind of left me cold. Like I played the first, like I said, I played like up to the point where they were doing something with Blitzball or whatever. I was like, I don't really want to keep going. I hated Final Fantasy VIII. Now, there's some people who love that. I thought the story was terrible. I thought the characters were ridiculous. There was like this battle in my mind for the soul of Final Fantasy between like the 7, which is more steampunky, magitech, magic and science fiction and science fantasy combined in some way, and then Final Fantasy VIII, which is more like Beverly Hills 90210 in a video game. And so for me, 7 and 9 are both awesome. 8 was like, ugh. But that's just me. So if you're so I would start with Tactics, which I can recommend unreservedly, and then you can start wherever. I would go 7. To me, I would go 7, 9, 6, then maybe 1. But 7, 9, 6 are all really good. All really good. And you prefer 8 over 10? Yeah, like I say, I've talked to some other people who loved 8, so that I respect. I couldn't stand it. Did not like the characters at all in 8. Whereas I really liked the characters in 7, and the characters in 9 were amazing too. So 7, 9, 6, 5. That's reasonable. 7, 9, 6, 5, 1, 2, 4. Yeah, that's exactly. Oh, reasonable. That's my order. Yeah, I would go 7, 9, 6, 5, 1, 2, 4. And now I will tell you, you definitely want to play 7 before you play the remake, because the remake is literally a remake. It's not a redo. 7 plays with your expectations. The remake plays with your expectations of the original in brilliant ways. I actually think that I've talked about before that I think 7 Remake is one of the bravest, most impressive, maybe the best remake ever made, because it literally is a meditation on what remakes are. What we remember about them, what we think matter about them, what perspective in which we view the story. I think 7 the remake is just brilliant. And there's only part 1 of it. I can't wait for part 2, but it was great. Yeah, I didn't love the draw system either, Dragon. The drawing from cards, I didn't love that either. So yeah, that's the thing, Larry. I feel like if you play the original 7, then it gives you so much better understanding of 7 the remake, because it fleshes out these characters. It's great. Absolutely great. Out of order just because, you could certainly play, in order. You could play 1, 2, but the thing is, the story doesn't really become a thing until 4-ish, and not really until 5. And it really takes off in 6. There's a massive gap in story between 5 and 6. 6 is where story really started to matter in Final Fantasy. And 6, 7, and 9 all have great stories. 7, 9, 3, 4. You'd put those above 6, huh? Started at 5 and went to 14. I liked 6 a lot, Rock God. I actually played 6 on my stream. 6 was very good as well. Oh, yeah, Larry. Honestly, just the music of the regular combat music is freaking phenomenal. I could listen to that on loop. So good. Oh, you never played 6. 6, I highly recommend 6. 5 is fine. 5 is good. But 6 is just on another level. And then, for me, 7 is the pinnacle of that series. But I know some people disagree. They think it's overrated, whatever. You know, okay. Most people, I don't think, would argue with me that 9 is up there as well. 7, 9, and 6 are all in some, like, grouping of 3 for most people. But yeah. That's interesting, Marinda. I could see that a little bit. I could see that. 5 is, I don't remember, I have to admit that 5 is right on the edge of my memory in terms of story. 7, amazing. 9, amazing. I mean, really great stories. 6 is a great story. 5 is, I just don't remember as much of it, to be honest, story-wise. Can I get those on Steam because I just signed up for Steam? I don't remember which ones are available. I think aren't there pixel remasters of 6 available? I don't remember which ones are available on Steam. I know you can get most of those games on Android, and I use BlueStacks to play through some of that stuff. And obviously you can get it through certain emulations. I'm sure you can get it through PS4. I don't know about via PC. I don't remember. I know there's something on Steam that's available, but I don't remember which one. Oh, really? Oh, man, I couldn't stand the characters guy. Yeah, but see, 7 Remake plays with that idea too. I don't think it's just reasons, though, Marinda. I disagree, respectfully. I don't think it's just for reasons. I think it's clear as to why, I'm not going to spoil it for people, but I think it's clear as to why Cloud puts so much emphasis on that. And again, Remake plays with that so well on top of it. Oh, there's a bundle. Okay, that's right. I knew there was something, but...
Each nation still thinks only of itself, wishing to fill its coffers even at the expense of others.
True.
But who bears the brunt of such a war?
The people.
The people.
Yep.
Exactly so. The avarice of the ruler is an existential threat to their loyal subjects.
And yet without that wealth, the people suffer just as much. They languish in poverty.
This much is obvious.
It's almost as if monarchy is kind of a busted system of government.
But there can be no winner without a loser. Remove one, and you necessarily remove the other. If we achieve equality, we achieve peace.
And how do you propose we achieve... No. No, surely you don't mean...
Interesting, Marinda. Maybe. Oh, those are the scales, huh? That's cool. I love concept stuff like that. That's cool. Right.
Yes. The goddess's teachings. All can live as equals under the goddess. An authority greater than any king.
Yeah, but it's a lie.
The model nation was in front of us all along, Serenoa. The holy state of Hyzant.
Yeah, this same holy state ended up abusing people, though, for decades.
I have decided that we must give the salt crystals in the Grand Norzelian mines to Hyzant.
And in so doing, you'll give them control of all Norzelia.
Yeah.
Exactly. There will be no more squabbling over salt. Norzelia will know eternal peace at last.
Yeah, but that's not likely to happen.
Unequal peace, surely. One built on the backs of a people like the Roselle, if not the Roselle themselves.
Yeah, Serenota. I mean, I understand Roland's argument. It's not a terrible argument. I get the argument because it's kind of returning to the status quo. But Serenoa's right. You can't unring that bell. It's one thing to say peace. Peace is not worth it if it's achieved at the cost of injustice. And once you know the circumstances and the situation, you can't just be like, oh, well, you know, religion, this, that, and the other. You know that it's a lie. At that point, you can't go along with it. So, straight up. Nice cello you play. Oh, nice, Larry. Yeah, it is good cello. Cello's amazing.
I am not blind to that fact. But so few will suffer for the good of so many.
No, can't do that.
Nothing in this world is perfect, Serenoa.
Doesn't matter. Got to be better than that.
The sacrifice of the few.
Again,
for
I'm
the
not
good of the
blaming
many.
Roland for this argument.
It's the only clear answer, and one I would give every time I were asked.
So I do not have a problem with Roland's argument here. I think Roland is making an argument because he's seen so much war and death and destruction. Roland is not making an argument for greed. He's not making an argument for like, well, this is royalty because it's, that we know better than the people do. He's not making those arguments. He's making an argument about how to keep the squabbling from launching again. I understand his argument. I just fundamentally don't agree with it. The argument, because ultimately it's corrosive. Even if you could overlook the idea that the Rosalians are going to be abused to continue this fiction that Hyzant is the only one that has salt, even if you could overlook that, which I think you can't, you are bound not to do ethically, it still doesn't matter because eventually, as has been proven, even before you know about the rest of this stuff, eventually that tentative equality breaks down. So it just doesn't work. And actually, this reminds me of Star Trek. There is an original series episode called, I think it's A Private Little War, in which Kirk finds out, he comes to this planet where he served as like a ensign or a lieutenant years before he became captain. And he finds out there were these two groups that are two tribes, essentially, that are basically evenly matched. And he finds out that the Klingons have come and have started to arm one side of like one of the tribes with weapons so that they can eventually take over, destroy the other, and then they get to have this planet, which has all this like dilithium crystals energy or something. And so ultimately what Kirk decides to do is to arm the other side exactly as much, which would have interesting resonances later when the US tried to do something similar in Kosovo, except there was a difference there, because there in those circumstances you were dealing with a way outmatched group that was much smaller and that was being heavily abused. The US came in to deal with that and whatever. I won't get into the international implications, but so at the end what happens is, yeah, they balance it out, but at the cost of making these two groups of people both able to kill each other at greater levels. So it's like, you've created equality, so now one group isn't going to get annihilated. Now you just have both groups that could at any time annihilate each other. That's kind of the logic of mutually assured destruction. It's a logic which almost destroyed us. It's not a logic that you can use. It is corrosive. This kind of thing is corrosive, and eventually, just like salt is corrosive, you see what I did there? Eventually, it is going to corrode the peace again. So this doesn't stay equal, in my view. Eventually, this is going to come back to the same conflict. So I'm not down on Roland for making this argument, but he's wrong here. This is Serenoa, in my view.
Submitting to the goddess will rob you of your kingship.
I don't care about that.
So be it. My crown. My pride. They're but small prices to pay for peace.
Yeah, see, Roland's not doing this because he wants power. I get it. I just don't agree with him.
You are truly prepared to throw it all away.
Join me, Serenoa. Let us unite Norzelia under the Holy State.
You and I will rule together as father and son. I mean, brother and brother.
Roland, this is quite sudden.
I understand. Pray, take all the time you need.
Yeah, I understand, Rudnell. It's okay, man. I'm done with it after tonight, so... Or either tonight or the next session I'll be done with it, so I get it.
I expect Frederica will want nothing to do with this plan, seeing as it forsakes her people.
Yeah.
I am already mourning the rift this may cause between you. But I shall not be swayed. This will be my final act as Glenbrook's king.
So, scales of conviction coming up here.
King Roland's anguish plays plainly across his face. It pains me to see him so tortured.
I'm not surprised. The future of our kingdom, to say nothing of the entire continent, rests upon his shoulders.
Yep.
Pray tell, what do you intend to do about the salt crystals?
In truth, I cannot decide. Salt is too precious to be hoarded. We've a duty to share it with the people, which is...
Where the difficulty lies, yes. The source makes that all too clear. Salt lies at the heart of every war in Norzelia.
It's all about the salt. Okay.
Would that the boundless salted sea of Rosellan legend still existed. We'd have no need of conflict if there were a source of salt for all.
Find the salted sea. What about salted caramel?
My love, if I may, the discovery of the salt crystals has made two things plain to me.
Yep, patch up. That one is A Taste of Armageddon. Also a good episode, although there's some serious logical gaps in it. But yes, the concept of it is interesting. I think Kirk makes the right call there. He does not, because clearly they've just accepted constant death. So I think Kirk makes the right call in what he does in that episode. I think he makes a very bad call in a Private Little War. And I think the interesting thing is that the episode itself does not exonerate Kirk there. You come out of it being like, like McCoy is not crazy about what Kirk does. So I can't help you there, Miranda. I don't know.
The first is that my mother spoke true in the legend she passed on to me.
And the other is that the goddess's teachings are nothing more than a lie built to constrain your people.
Just so. We are guilty of nothing. Yet the Roselle languish in the source, where they are looked down upon and forced to work until they die. Entire generations lost. Countless lives given to Hyzant's cruelty. Cruelty created to justify Hyzant's own avarice and lust for power.
Such is the ugly lie at the heart of their teachings.
One revealed by a crystal of the mineral they hold so dear. The time has come, Serenoa. The Roselle must be freed. The salt crystals have brought us to the brink of war. We can harness this unrest, incite the Roselle to rise up and rebel against their captors.
I am with you. Believe me, I am. But you make it sound so...
Simple. Yes, I know. But the suffering of my people is so distant for everyone else. We can no longer wait for someone to do the right thing. Help isn't coming. Why else would my own mother incite rebellion? We are alone.
I swear to you, none of this feels distant to me. The Roselle live in my domain. I am betrothed to you, my dear. It couldn't feel any closer.
And I thank the stars that I have you by my side. I do. In truth, that's why I think this time will be different. Why I'll be able to accomplish what my mother could not.
I agree. But the risk is immense. Suppose we succeed, what then? Hyzant will not let us go quietly.
Nope.
Of course not.
And when that time comes, you can lead the Roselle to Centralia, just as your mother wrote about in the book she left behind. Beyond the Great Falls in the Falk's domain at the end of the Norzelia River, the ancestral home of the Roselle.
But that's just a legend.
We've already found one legend to be rooted in truth. Perhaps this one is as well. And if not, at least you'll be safe from harm.
I doubt Benedict will share our feelings, though. Abandoning all we've built to embark on a journey fraught with danger in search of a legend.
Totally sensible.
Yet no matter how perilous the path ahead, I would happily walk it at your side.
Classic fade to black.
I trust you understand what a monumental effect the discovery of these salt crystals will have on Norzelia's history. Whatever course of action we choose will determine whether House Wolfort leaves a legacy in that history, or is expunged from it.
Yep.
How would you proceed, Benedict?
I would do all I could to keep it from falling into Hyzant's hands. They already control the source. With the crystals in hand, they will solidify their grip on the realm and in time dominate it.
Yup.
The siren song of a false equality under their goddess shall blanket the land, claiming every domain and its people.
Even though they count me among the Saintly Seven?
Even then, for that matters little when the equality they espouse is dictated by the goddess, or should I say, the Hierophant. In the end, they will have the same life and death control over all Norzelia that they now hold over the Roselle.
And our wounds from the battle with Esfrost have only begun to heal. Hyzant will destroy us if we wage war against them in our current state.
But they stand little chance against us if we ally with Esfrost.
Oh, wow. That's going to go over well.
Ally with Esfrost? Are you of sound mind, Benedict?
Quite. Think about it for a moment. Esfrost wants nothing more than to loosen Hyzant's grip. They will go to war if it means control of the salt crystals.
Our interests are broadly aligned, yes, but...
Esfrost has been building toward precisely that purpose for some time now.
You speak of the Death Knell, the weapon that Cordelia mentioned.
Precisely. A weapon capable of reducing the goddess's shield to rubble, leaving Hyzant's capital ripe for the taking. Without that weapon, we cannot win. You need only say the word, and I shall convince Esfrost to join our side.
Yeah,
I appreciate your candor, Benedict, and I do not doubt you could secure Esfrost's cooperation.
This is going to be the right call, as much as it's kind of like, yeesh, but...
But I fear the harder fight is within our own domain. King Roland's heart will not be easily won.
I bid you listen closely and calmly to what I'm about to ask.
From whence this somber tone?
Do you believe King Roland is fit to rule?
Obviously.
What are you implying?
Decorum is of little use when the fate of our realm is at stake, Lord Serenoa. Are you content to spend the rest of your life in servitude to another?
Not another word, Benedict. Roland is more than my king. He is my friend.
And you are Lord of House Wolfort, whose military prowess is known to all Norzelia. Not the guard dog of Glenbrook and Hyzant. What else are you here to do, if not to protect your house and keep its banner aloft?
Yeah, you can do that.
But you have the potential for so much more. All Norzelia could be yours if you but desired it.
Yeah, I don't desire that.
Treason, if not outright regicide. These are your suggestions.
Of course not. The blood in your veins and the royal family's ring are claim enough to the throne. There is no need for violence.
I told you not to speak of that again.
But you did not tell me to forget. The time to reckon with your lineage draws near. You must make a...
I've heard enough. Leave me.
Just know that I will do anything you ask of me, Lord Serenoa. I pray that you make the right choice, not only for House Wolfort, but for yourself.
I don't know. Not sure. I'm not sure I see this as a either or. I mean, like... Once again, House Wolfort stands before three diverging paths. Time has come to lay their convictions bare before the scales make their greatest decision yet. Okay, so then it sounds like the options are, one option is go, basically give the crystals a Hyzant. That's a big no. Option 2 is to overthrow Roland, and that's a big no. So I'm hoping the third option is basically fight against Hyzant, but keep Roland as king. That to me is the choice. That's the real choice. This idea that like, oh, you could do more because of your own ambition. No. The game is argued against ambition, actually. How normal of me. You heard the third option already? What do you mean? The third option before? One option is give the salt to Hyzant. One option is overthrow Roland. And the third option is to join with Esfrost, basically. Oh, that's the option, is free the Rosellians and flee? Ah, I see. Interesting. Sure, I already did that, but... That's interesting. Well, then I know what I'm choosing, if that turns out what it is. There's only one just mechanism that doesn't involve overthrowing Roland and doesn't involve giving over to Hyzant.
You are certain Hyzant's army marches for the Grand Norzelian mines?
There is no doubt.
They've heard word of the crystals.
It was only a matter of time. We knew this.
Esfrost's army gathers at Twinsgate as well.
War's breaking out over this thing, and we've got to be ready.
How will Glenbrook respond, King Roland?
There's no need to prepare for war. I have decided that we will surrender the salt crystals to the holy state of Hyzant.
What?
Furthermore, I hereby declare that the kingdom of Glenbrook and its people shall submit to the goddess and her teachings. There is no way to bring happiness to all Norzelia with the salt crystals.
True, Dragon.
Which is why I have chosen a path that will allow the greatest number of people to live in equality and harmony.
Yeah, it's not going to last, though, Roland. That's the problem.
How could you? Do you not see that Hyzant's dominion over Norzelia's salt is why we are in conflict already?
Yep.
Is the suffering of the Rosal not proof enough that the goddess's vaunted equality is a lie?
She speaks the truth, my king. Handing over the salt crystals is tantamount to giving Hyzant's goddess free reign of Norzelia. Will you so readily surrender the realm to the Hierophant?
I acknowledge the abdication of my kingdom and kingship alike. A small price to pay in my eyes, in exchange for the security and prosperity of the many.
And the sacrifice of the Rosal?
Yeah.
Is that a small price to you?
No, 100% Roland can't do this. Just straight up. This is a definite non-starter. To me, it's between Roselle and between taking over the throne, and I don't want to take over the throne. So it's about Roselle.
It is.
How could you say such a thing to my face?
I, for one, oppose. I would prefer to ally with Esfrost and strike back at Hyzant. The salt deposits within the mines give us the leverage we need to convince Gustadolf to join us.
Ally with Esfrost? You dare suggest we ally with the man who murdered my father?
I don't know, man. You wanted to throw some people back into bondage.
I see no reason why we should not. You proposed abdicating the throne for the sake of the kingdom and its people.
Well, disagree. I don't agree that freeing them delays the issue. Freeing them is the next standard towards, because you're going to reveal the truth at the same time, and that's going to gradually have an effect on the people of Hyzant, because once the truth is out, it's out. So I don't think it delays the issue. Whereas moving across, like getting rid of Roland, it just means that you're betting on yourself completely, and you're like, I'm better able to do it than anybody else, which is not true. Again, I don't disagree with Roland's argument. I mean, I don't misunderstand Roland's argument. Like, I'm not like, Roland is a piece of crap. I get why he's doing this. I just think he's drawn the completely wrong conclusion. He can't do this. Well, we'll find out. But no, the Roselle, yeah, but Emily, I mean, obviously Frederica would check with him too. Clearly, the Rosellians would rather be freed than remain in bondage. I mean, like, there's you know, they would rather flee their circumstances into a place where they can actually be free. Remember, they're returning to Centralia, a place where the Rosellians were happy and were in charge of their own destiny. I cannot see the Rosellians as a group being like, oh, no, we don't want that. You know, especially because presumably Frederica would talk with Jerome and the rest of them. So, no, they don't get freed under Benedict's plan. I mean, I guess you could argue that, like, I don't know. I guess they get freed by what? Like, but you take over Benedict. Like, Benedict means that you overthrow Roland, and then the Rosellians are free. But again, what about the people who are loyal to Roland? I mean, all you're doing is creating more war in that principle.
So you should have no trouble putting aside your own feelings and judging this matter dispassionately.
Yeah.
I cannot believe my own ears. I will not have you lecture me on feelings when it is not your father he murdered!
None of you can see beyond your own grievances.
Well, except
it's
for
no wonder
Serenoa.
my people have suffered for generations. We're told to believe in the goddess, while our own lives are thrown away to make a few more grains of your precious salt. And now, even with proof that the goddess is a lie, you would watch us dig our own graves for your comfort.
You gotta find the Salt Sea, yeah.
Lady Frederica, please. We shall speak of the Roselle in due time.
No, I've heard that before. Your due time is never, and I will not have you cast us aside for another 3 decades or more.
Yep, Frederica's right.
All else is in disarray. If Hyzant seizes the salt crystals, we forfeit the best opportunity in decades to free my people.
She's 100% right.
We know the truth. We must act upon it.
Yep.
We must be a light in the darkness.
Yeah, this is an easy call to me. I think Frederica's 100% dead on here. Absolutely. All you hear all the time is like, well, we'll get to you later. No. Justice delayed is justice denied, as they say.
We cannot afford to dilute our forces when the enemy marches on us as we speak.
So we are a distraction to you?
I am merely being rational. Liberating the Roselle would be extremely dangerous. We cannot take such a risk.
Yeah, the thing is, I think Benedict would be like, oh yeah, we'll deal with that later, right? And I just don't think, yeah.
Suppose we succeed.
Patch up.
How do you propose we fend off the fury Hyzant will rain down upon us?
Estros would pounce on us, sensing weakness at the undue burden we've taken upon ourselves.
Precisely. We would be without allies and ripe for the taking.
There is another way.
And what, pray tell, would that be?
We set out alongside the Roselle in search of Centralia.
Centralia is a myth.
The legends of my people are true.
I care not one whit if they are. I will hear no talk of forsaking the Wolfort domain.
Yeah.
Silence!
Yeah, good for you, Serenoa. Everyone shut up.
I have heard enough to know where each of you stand. Do you all hold the courage of your own convictions?
I do.
Nothing I've heard here has swayed me.
I feel the same.
Very well. But know that a choice must be made. There can only be one way forward.
Yeah. Got to admit, Emily, Frederica was pretty good in that whole sequence. She's dead on
Face
about
the scales
this.
of conviction and prepare to make peace with the outcome.
Yeah, not a chance in the world would I choose Roland's method. No chance. Sorry. It's you can't unring that bell. Can't unring that bell. To me, the only option is overthrow Roland or free the Roselle and flee with him to Centralia, and I want to do that. The vote we take today may well open a rift between us. Nevertheless, it must proceed, and I'm prepared to accept its outcome. All right, place your faith in Frederica's vision. Stand with Roland. Dissent to Benedict's strategy. Everyone's undecided. All right, faith in Frederica's vision. That's where it's at. Lord Serenoa, I cannot help but feel that our greatest battle lies ahead, regardless of which path you choose. I know this may not be the best of time to say so, but the way that you pronounce Iens is Iens. I just wanted you to know. Catch up. Yeah, seriously, Specchio. I didn't ditch Fred. That's not true. I never had any romantic interest in Anna. Frederica, I thought, was the best connection with Serenoa. Anna was just a badass, fighter, and I'm a big fan of badass spy assassin characters. I don't know if you've noticed. Yeah, that's totally the solution. Fleeing with them to find it for multiple reasons. Okay, A, we know that the legends are true because everything else that the book has explained that she found from her mother has been proven correct. And there's a certain point where you go, if they're always right about this, and this, then they've got to be right about something else. So that's A. B, we already know there is an injustice in front of us to deal with. the hypothetical of, well, wait, what happens if 30 years from now there's another injustice? Or what if, nonsense. The moral decision is in front of you. Serenoa knows it. Frederica knows it. Everybody knows and has been and seen the source and seen what they're doing. It's a straight lie. That's B. C. You can't trust Hyzant anyway. Hyzant has already proven, even though they don't know that Hyzant is marching on them, Hyzant has already proven that previous allyships are going to get thrown aside just so that they can maintain their own desire for salt one way or the other. So they have to know that's the case. So clearly that's not the way to go. So we already know about that. And then D, and finally, the fact is that the justice, again, I talked about corrosiveness, and I firmly believe that a society which continues to maintain a corrosive, unjust system is eventually torn apart by the nature of that system. It is the case with apartheid in South Africa. It is the case with slavery in America. To this day, the United States continues to deal with its inability to deal with the question of race. And that comes back to America's original sin, if you will, which is the sin of slavery upon which America was built. If you continue to hold on to it and continue to paper it over and continue to be like, blah, 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 it only works when you come to grips with it and recognize the wrongness of it and apologize for the wrongness of it and then strive to move forward. You cannot live in a society which is fundamentally built upon injustice. And to go with the Hyzant plan is to have something built on injustice. It is a veneer of peace. It's not true peace. The classic, if you want peace, if to know peace, no justice, no peace, you need justice. And you cannot see what you've seen on a large scale and turn aside. To me, this is an easy call. Easy call. That's true. Well, because Anna. And still no reparations for American slavery. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I'm not interested in stable and working. I'm interested in justice. If you have a society in which you have countries that, don't pull that screen up. If you have countries in which you have societies which are working together and are very stable, but there's a fundamental injustice at its core, doesn't matter. I don't care that China is a super stable society when it's being built on the backs of fundamental oppression. It's not just America. Many countries have had this problem, but countries have either had to come to grips with it and then move beyond it, or they continue to privilege stability over justice, and I will not do that myself. Now, I do think that there is sometimes a very strong binary thinking that leads one to believe that justice is, as you define it, X this, like this is the thing that's just. And so they pull out justice, and it may not be justice, it may just be vengeance or whatever. My argument is not undercut all systems and it's all about anarchy, right? That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying that your movement must always be towards justice. And to go with Roland's plan is not to move in the direction of justice. It's the argument that gets made in Lord of the Rings with Saruman. Saruman says to Gandalf that we must join Sauron. And he says that we would, for a time, we might abhor the bad things that he does, but gradually over time, we would direct and shape towards the positive path. And Gandalf absolutely rejects that vision completely. And the reason that he rejects it is he knows that it will not be the case that the good people will gradually move the bad people towards the light. What will happen instead is that the corrosive nature of the immorality at the center of that deal is going to gradually move the good towards that side, so that the good people will become increasingly corrupted, which is exactly what happens to Saruman. When Saruman says, right here. Saruman says this exact argument. He says it to Theoden. And he says, let's see. Right. Let me get this section. I'm going to pull off the music for a second. This is what he says. This comes from the voice of Saruman. It's exactly what we're talking about. He says this. Let's see. Back there, page 579. Peace, said Saruman, and for a fleeting moment his voice was less suave, and a light flickered in his eyes and was gone. I do not speak to you yet, Gimli Glowin's son, he said. Far away is your home, and small concern of yours are the troubles of this land. But it was not by design of your own that you became embroiled in them, and so I will not blame such part as you have played, a valiant one I doubt not. But I pray you, allow me first to speak with the king of Rohan, my neighbor and once my friend. What have you to say, Theoden king? Will you have peace with me and all the aid that my knowledge founded in long years can bring? Shall we make our counsels together against evil days, and repair our injuries with such good will that our estates shall both come to fairer flower than ever before? Still Theoden did not answer. Whether he strove with anger or doubt, none could say. Eomer spoke. Lord, hear me, he said. Now we feel the peril that we were warned of. Have we ridden forth to victory only to stand at last, amazed by an old liar with honey on his forked tongue? So would the trapped wolf speak to the hounds if he could. What aid can he give to you, forsooth? All he desires is to escape from his plight. But will you parley with this dealer in treachery and murder? Remember Theodred at the fords, and the grave of Hama in Helm's Deep. If we speak of poisoned tongues, what shall we say of yours, young serpent? Said Saruman, and the flash of his anger was now plain to see. But come, Eomer, Eamon's son, he went on in his soft voice again, to every man his part. Valor in arms is yours, and you win high honor thereby. Slay whom your lord names as enemies, and be content. Meddle not in policies which you do not understand. But maybe if you become a king, you will find that he must choose his friends with care. The friendship of Saruman and the power of Orthanc cannot be lightly thrown aside, whatever grievances, real or fancied, may lie behind. You have won a battle, but not a war, and that with help on which you cannot count again. You may find the shadow of the wood at your own door next. It is wayward and senseless, and has no love for men. But, my lord of Rohan, am I to be called a murderer because valiant men have fallen in battle? If you go to war needlessly, for I did not desire it, then men will be slain. But if I am a murderer on that account, then all the house of Eorl is stained with murder, for they have fought many wars and assailed many who defied them. Yet with some they have afterwards made peace, none the worse for being politic. I say, Theoden king, shall we have peace and friendship, you and I? It is ours to command. Now notice how at this moment Saruman is making an argument that sounds good. It's an argument for peace, and we want peace. It's an argument to say, listen, when you get to be king, there are tough decisions to be made. We can't always know, blah, 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 right? And he also says, listen, if I'm a murderer, so are you, because you had to kill people, as if the defensive response to aggression is itself the same morally, which would mean that Ukraine is equally as responsible for death as Russia is, which we know is a lie, right? One is attacking the other. So that's the argument being made here. But it's an argument for peace. Here, in my mind, is Theoden, the king of Rohan, Theoden's finest moment in the book, even more than when he faces the king of the Nazgul, even more than when he brings his people, the Ride of the Rohirrim, to Gondor's aid, all that. His best moment in the book to me is right here, and you're going to hear why. Because here's this moral dilemma that's been placed before him. He knows that it's going to be war. He knows how much that damages, how the cost of that, right, that he has to make these orders. Here is Theoden's response. It's important. We will have peace, said Theoden at last, thickly and with an effort. Several of the riders cried out gladly. Theoden held up his hand. Yes, we will have peace, he said, now in a clear voice. We will have peace when you and all your works have perished, and the works of your dark master to whom you would deliver us. You are a liar, Saruman, and a corrupter of men's hearts. You hold out your hand to me, and I perceive only a finger of the claw of Mordor, cruel and cold. Even if your war on me was just, as it was not, for were you 10 times as wise, you would have no right to rule me and mine for your own profit as you desired. Even so, what will you say of your torches in Westfold and the children that lie dead there? And they hewed Hama's body before the gates of the Hornburg after he was dead. When you hang from a gibbet at your window for the sport of your own crows, I will have peace with you and Orthanc. So much for the house of Aeorl. A lesser son of great sires am I, but I do not need to lick your fingers. Turn elsewhither, but I fear your voice has lost its charm. Mic drop. The best response, the best moment for Theoden by a mile. And he says this before Gandalf does. Now Saruman finally turns to Gandalf, and Gandalf also basically is like, get the F out of here. Like, Gandalf is already beyond him. But this is a moment where Theoden would have been tempted. Theoden's response is 100% right. Even if Saruman is right, that he has the wisdom and he has the knowledge, even if that were true, he does not have the right to lord that over someone else. And any peace based upon some arrangement that's made with Saruman that leaves him in control, any peace on that basis is a corroded and a false peace. It is a veneer. It's a building that you cover over with gilt gold paint, and you hope that nobody notices that it's got a bunch of rotting timbers beneath it. Theoden's moment there is to recognize that the true immorality is this guy, to claim that, like, oh, don't you want peace? Everybody wants peace, but you can't have it. You cannot have it at the edge of a sword stained with the blood of your own relatives that came not from back and forth and you killed me and I killed you and we both have revenge on each other. Not from that, but from an unprovoked and full-out attack, which is what Saruman does in an attack on Rohan, which he then tries to get out of by being like, well, I want peace. Sure, he'll have peace if you just give him everything. That's not peace. That is surrender. And that's two very different things. And that is exactly what we're talking about here. You cannot simply say, oh, we just give the salt to Hyzant and then there'll be peace. At what cost? At the pursuit of a lie, at the maintenance of injustice, also that you can have peace continue. Nor can you overthrow Roland, because the problem is not Roland. The problem is not the ruler. The problem is the system that perpetuates this. And you can't have that system changed if you're not going to deal with the fundamental problem at its core. And the problem at its core is the slavery that the Rosalians are placed under, and the lie that has been told to maintain them. That is the problem. That's the issue. And Tolkien said it himself. And he knew the drill, because in World War II, what happened? But Hitler telling people, I will make peace with you if you simply allow us room to expand. Just let us take Poland. Just let us take this. Just let us take that. And then we'll be done. Cannot be done. Because Hitler wanted more for himself because of his own insane philosophies. That was Hitler. Tolkien knew what he was talking about. It's about justice. You can't have it. And this is, again, that's people who use the term justice but mean revenge. That's another problem. But we're not talking about that here. We're not talking about justice, which is actually revenge. We're talking about justice, which is fundamentally that case, which is the Rosalians have been enslaved wrongfully for centuries. And now that you know it's a lie, I mean, it was always wrong, but the point is now that you know it's a lie, you can't let it continue and then go, well, this will bring us peace. No, it won't. And not for the Rosalians, it won't. My boy Tolkien. Yeah, not all because of that, Dragonspear. And there have been reassessments of Chamberlain. Chamberlain gets a little bit of a bad break there because it's not 100% true that Chamberlain just surrendered repeatedly. But the point is that mindset clearly didn't work at a certain point, right? And the only way you stop them was by standing up and saying no. This is, to me, a very clear moral decision. It's not that there won't be harm from it, that there won't be people who suffer from it, but it won't be exceeding to a systemic injustice. And that's what giving things over to Hyzant does. It preserves a system of injustice at the benefit of short-term peace. But we're going to be right back where we started, in my mind, 10, 20 years from now. And in the meantime, the Rosalians will continue to be harmed. No, I agree with that, Dragon, but it's not quite as simple. Some people are just like, well, Chamberlain was, a jerk because he just gave Hitler everything. That's not exactly what happened. But having said that, yeah. No, for sure, Emily. I know. And Benedict's plan, see, again, I don't Benedict is being like super strategic, which is his whole thing in this game. Again, my problem is not, I don't hate Roland here. I understand the argument because Roland is just like, look, all of these pieces are constantly fighting each other. It's just that he has this, in his mind, thinks that the problem is fighting factions. And I think that the reason you have fighting factions is because of a fundamentally unjust, imbalancing system at its core. And that's the same thing that we had with American slavery. It's the same thing we fundamentally have in a lot of these situations where an unjust system at the core of an economic, empire, that fundamental thing is constantly morally imbalancing. And by the way, great thinkers have talked about this, both people of color and whites, white philosophers and philosophers of color have talked about this. W.E.B. Du Bois talked about the fundamentally corrosive effect that this has. James Baldwin talked about this as well. Multiple philosophers of color have talked about the corrosive effect this has on whites, let alone the effect that it has on people of color. So yeah, to my mind, this is a very, pro the anti-slavery plan. No, for sure. For sure. Yeah. And I love John Stuart Mill. Let not anyone pacify his conscience by the delusion that he can do no harm if he takes no part and forms no opinion. Bad men need nothing more to compass their ends than that good men should look on and do nothing. He is not a good man who, without a protest, allows wrong to be committed in his name and with the means which he helps to supply, because he will not trouble himself to use his mind on the subject. I freaking adore John Stuart Mill, because John Stuart Mill is not a person that you have to say, well, at the time period, blah, blah, blah. John Stuart Mill was forward thinking about the role of women in society. He was forward thinking about the role of the economy in society. Right there is where you got it. John Stuart Mill just laid it out for you. Can't just sit there and be like, whatever. Later on, that would be echoed actually in George Orwell's philosophies that get represented in Animal Farm. You can't just sit there. And remember, Orwell's contempt was reserved the most for the Benjamins of the world. The Benjamin's the donkey in Animal Farm, and he is basically the representative of the intellectuals who Orwell despised because they sat there while Hitler rose to power, and they were on the side of the working class, but they never actually stood up and did anything about it. So, yeah, this is a clear moral decision to me. My wife gave birth to our first child not a few days ago. Let's see. I will not force you to march with us. I only ask that you act according to your own convictions. That's a good one. Might I have time to think about it, my lord? But of course, the path before me diverges as well, and I must also take time to think before making a decision. Let us both choose a path that leaves us with no regrets. Thank you, Lord Serenoa. It is an honor to call you my lord. Good stuff out of Serenoa, by the way. Good stuff out of Serenoa. Seriously good stuff. Hey, thanks, Patch Up. I understand why Arudnell, I get why Arudnell feels the way he does, and I'm a big fan of Arudnell, and so I totally understand. But I like the idea that we're being given a chance to make a decision that's important here. The Roland path to me is so obviously like the D plus, the D plan out of all of them. Like, I can see an argument more for for like overtaking it. But again, I feel like the problem is if you just take over for Roland, you kind of sort of push. First of all, it means you have to ally with Esfrost, which is kind of crappy because Esfrost has not covered itself in glory, obviously. Secondly, you also sort of push to the side the problem of the Rosellians, acting like that's a separate thing. Like Frederica says, well, then so we're a distraction to you? And like Benedict is like, well, no. And again, I'm not saying that Benedict is blowing her off, but Benedict's argument is so focused on the immediate strategy that it's logically, tactically, but it's logical tactically, but it's not logical strategically. The long-time strategy is not to perpetuate a system which by its nature will fundamentally imbalance the realms. We will be right back here again. It is not true that that's going to maintain peace. It didn't the last time. Basically what Benedict does is he maintains the status quo, except that instead of Roland at the front, it's Serenoa. And what has that gained? I actually think Roland's been a pretty good king. Is Serenoa going to be better? I mean, I get maybe, but how do we know? And Serenoa is going to face the same forces that Roland does. Oh, I don't want to speak for him. Arudnell just really dislikes this game because he feels like It's basically making arguments in favor of slavery, and like it presents that argument as like a legitimate path, according to Rudnell. It just really angers him. So, you know, again, I'm not criticizing him for that view. That's fine. Right. I agree with Emily entirely. To think King Roland, Lady Frederica, and Sir Benedict's convictions would diverge so greatly after all this time. Just between you and me, Lord Sereno, what do you make of their plans? I believe that Benedict plans to use Esfrost's ideals of freedom to ascend the top of Noselia. No. I think Roland intends to put his personal feelings aside to bring peace and equality to everyone. Frederica's wish is a human one. She desires to liberate those who have been cruelly oppressed. That's true. Aye, but in reality, humans usually only act in their own best interest, even if it means turning a blind eye to the suffering of others. That's not true. It's not true. Lady Frederica is a strong woman to stand up for what's right. Couldn't agree more. Ignoring their plight now would be shameful, especially knowing what we do of their innocence. Everyone's choices are deeply rooted in their convictions. Makes me wonder if they'll be able to abide by the Scale's decision. Lord Sereno, it will fall to you to lead everyone down the right path. Of course, I wish for all of us to walk astride the same path as we always have. I'm terrified to find out which way the Scales will manage. Oh, I can't leave. Okay. Well. No, I'm not done persuading. Alright, so I'm guessing that talking to Roland is not going to work, right?
Serenoa.
We must give Hyzanth the salt crystals, cow Esfrost, and unite all Norzelia in the name of the goddess, else we will never know peace. The Roselle will continue to suffer, 'tis true, but this will end war as we know it, and countless more will live in peace as equals. Doesn't matter. Right, that's right.
I have made my decision.
I will see this done not just for the people of Glenbrook, but for all of Norzelia. Roland, you are the king. Surely cooperation with Hyzanth need not mean the forfeit of the kingdom? It's where you're wrong, my friend. My time on the throne has shown me that the people need a force more powerful than any king to show them the way. Nonsense. Nonsense. You're replacing one force for another. That's not the argument. You need maybe a force to inspire, to show them that they can work together for common purpose, but not by just giving them a higher I mean, talk about kicking the can down the road. Kicking the can down the road is when you're like, no, they don't need a king, they need a god. Not this god, not a false god. So, okay. Oh, yeah, Emily. There are many paths that lead us out of war, Roland. Cooperating with Esfrost, for instance. End the war by allying with the very Archduke who set this in motion? No, cooperating with that tyrant ends nothing. Well, I kind of agree there. His avarice has brought only pain and suffering to this land. If anyone understood the torturous path I've taken to arrive at this decision, I thought it would be you, Serenoa. Roland's resolve is steadfast. Your words have no power here. Alright, so Roland is going to do what he does.
I have made... I think no. Moreover.
Alright, so much for Roland. Benedict's not going to agree either.
My lord.
We share a common goal with Esfrost at the moment. It is incumbent upon us to seize that opportunity and rid Norzelia of Hyzanth for good. Indeed, the salt crystals make an alliance with Esfrost possible, but Roland would never assent to it. He feels the weight of the crown, underestimates his own abilities, and has allowed his hatred for Gustadolf to cloud his judgment. I sympathize, but those matters should have no bearing on the welfare of our house. Yeah, I agree there, Dragon. Perhaps you are right, but then what of Frederica's vision? Do you concede that her plan concerns our house?
Quite impossible.
I concede nothing, for her strategy is out of the question. She asks us to forfeit all we have fought to build in this domain. How can I reasonably entertain such a proposition? Well, trust for one thing. And you'll brook no argument otherwise?
We must decide.
May I remind you that you are Lord of House Wolfort. Your duty is to your people above all else. Yeah, right, but my people are not preserved through injustice.
I believe I've reached a decision.
This moment requires a dispassionate mind. I pray you have one. Alright, so that's a no. Okay, no reason to...
Serenoa.
Only we can free the Roselle and expose the lie that has kept them in bondage these many years. However, we must move quickly while their gaze is fixed upon the salt crystals. I believe we can succeed. I hear your plea, yet I cannot help but wonder if you wish to act with too much haste. I know not what I can do to prove to you that I've thought this through. I swear to you, this is no fit of pique. Benedict's stratagem may also provide the chance to strike at Hyzanth. Would that not be enough? It also prolongs this war and thus the immense suffering of my people. It's true. Even if we do prevail, you know as well as I that my brother is not a merciful man. He'll not spare so much as a thought for the weak. That much is true. The Rosel's plight would then be buried once more amid negotiations between the nations. You see, the time is now, and only we have the power to save them. Power we forfeit if we assent to Roland's plan. His is the one vision for our future that I cannot abide. Perhaps my concerns seem narrow when all Norzelia is at stake, but I know you can save my brothers and sisters. I beg you consider it. Yeah, okay. All right, here we go. Let's go step by step.
What do you need?
Gila. Each path before us demands a great sacrifice in exchange for a great reward. I'm sure King Roland, Benedict, and Frederica have agonized over their proposals. So now must we agonize over our own decisions. Absolutely, Specchio, yep. Let's see. Faith and Frederica. I must say I'm surprised by your support for Frederica's vision. I've been by her side for years, but even I must admit it's rather hopeful if I'm being charitable. Perhaps you see something I do not? No. Norzelia be forever plagued by war. I wish to leave this place and create a new nation that knows only peace. Father has defended the Roselle all these years. I intend to carry on his legacy. I don't like this answer.
I don't think so.
A very noble sentiment, my lord, albeit one that would be better served by protecting your own domain first and foremost. How would you feel if you saved the Roselle at the expense of the house? I have naught to say in response.
What do you
Perhaps
need?
I cannot match what Father accomplishes. It has nothing to do with you and everything to do with the circumstances in which you find yourself. You must see the world as it is, not as it once was. She's not going along with it. God damn it. I just didn't want to answer with, I want a new nation completely.
However,
Here we stand after a bitter fight to reclaim the crowned city, only for the king to speak of forsaking it. As his subject, it's my duty to follow his decree, and yet, my lord, the choice before us feels immense. I'm utterly adrift. Pray, tell me how you see the proposals from King Roland and the others. I need your guidance. To pay my faith. You've taken Frederica's side in all this? What fascination do the Roselle hold for you, my lord? Frederica has shown me a future in which no one is beholden to salt or indeed to any nation. So if the choice is to ally with the duchy, who prize might over all else, or submit to the holy state, who prey upon the weak. 63 months! Thank you, Hilness! Thanks so much, man. 5 years and 3 months. Wow. Thank you, dude. Thank you, Hilness. I hope all's well. Thank you, thank you. Good to see you, man.
but
You mean to suggest we simply do neither? Precisely. She has shown me the Rosellan legends are true. That means there is hope for all of us. A hope I would bet my life upon. So long as we sit between two nations who've no compassion for the weak, I fear we will never know peace. I take your point. War will spread and perhaps only end when the death's knell and Elfric are unleashed upon the continent. So you see why I would choose to flee with the weak rather than be party to the atrocities of the powerful? It'll be a flight amid a hail of arrows and steel, but so righteous and noble that I would be proud to give my life for it, hell yeah. You stated your case well, my lord. Okay, I think I might have gotten her. Eredor.
Aye, lad.
Our sweat and bloods fed this land, built it into a proper domain. I see no reason why we should surrender it all to Hyzant. And Lady Frederica, while I sympathize, asked that we risk everything for the sake of the Roselle.
Here's what I think.
Benedict's got the right of it, I reckon, but even that doesn't quite quiet the nagging feeling I get every time I think about our options. How could ye possibly support Lady Frederica's vision? Have you gone mad? The war will never end so long as we hold the salt crystals. We must relinquish them and break the cycle of violence. I wish to carry on, nay, surpass my father's legacy of protecting the Roselle. I need you with me, Eredor. Outdo your own father. Meaning what exactly? Do more for the Roselle than he did? I know things aren't what they were during the Saltire War, but is it not House Wolford's duty to come to the aid of those in need? Are we not to fight injustice and tyranny wheresoever it may be? You dare invoke Lord Simon's own words. I cannot do this alone, Eredor. The risk is too great. Only if all of House Wolford unites as one will we have a chance to succeed. I hear you,
And
lad.
so,
Just give me a moment to sit with what you said. That may not have brought him over. Problem is that I feel like I'm doing this based on what I would have answered, but I probably could have been like, well, this is the best chance we've got. And it's probably Benedict and King Roland would march us to war. Frederica would see Hyzant hunt us for all eternity. Perhaps her vision is not so different. So it's come to this. Ally with a one-time opponent, or flee with the Roselle. Bold proposals all. Our tactics must be flawless. I wish to play my faith in Frederica's vision. So you assent to Frederica's vision for the future. War is coming. A war for all Norzelia. And you would forfeit your role in it? No. No better time to free the Roselle than now, while Esfrost and Hyzant squabble over the salt crystals. This is how we end the war. Hyzant will crumble once we free the Roselle. I simply cannot agree. Oh, god damn it. We'll throw Hyzant into chaos, but only briefly. It will stop at nothing to restore order and maintain the authority of their beloved goddess. You forget that there are those who question her authority already. Do you not think they would seize the opportunity and revolt?
But
Possibly, but that is a slight hope in the face of an enemy so powerful as Hyzant. They stifled a rebellion 30 years ago. Now they move to take the salt crystals and the mines in which they were found for themselves. If I may speak plainly, my lord, your strategy is too fanciful. I urge you to ground it in reality if you wish to collapse the holy state. Yeah, so I could have brought her over. Okay. I may have to do this again because I feel like there's another way to do this where I get them all on their side. It's just annoying, but I can see it. I think I got one person on my side, but that may not be enough.
It is time to cast our votes. The opinions before us are many.
Yeah, I'll reload
Roland's,
if I have to.
Frederica's, Benedict's. Which to choose? Approach the scales of conviction with your token at the ready.
Roland. And Benedict. And Frederica. There's your 3. Okay.
You aren't wrong, but
Yeah, we lost Gila. Anna's not going to go for it.
My apologies.
She's going to go with Benedict. Huette.
I have faith in you.
Yep, so she went with me.
I'm with you.
Eridor. Yeah, Eridor, the tiebreaker. Got it. 3-2, baby.
The scales of conviction will illuminate the path we've chosen.
3-2. Ooh, it's a tie between Frederica's vision and Benedict.
Equal votes for all sides. As such, the Lord of the House will render the final decision.
Well, that's me.
The way forward is decided.
Booyah.
Frederica's dream is worth realizing. We will free the Roselle from the source.
Yeah, we will. Called it. Oh, okay. I'm going to save it, but I'm going to save it in another slot just in case. Because if this is one of those deals where they're just like, well, if they're all like, I'm pissed at you, I'm leaving. Bouncy horses. Huette and Eridor, man.
A tumultuous meeting exposes a yawning chasm between Roland, Frederica, and Benedict's visions for the future.
Hey, Specchio, does the fact that I barely pulled that out, is that going to make a difference? Like, are they everyone going to be pissed at me? As opposed to if it had been overwhelming in one direction? Because I could have said something that might have brought one or two of the others on side. Even though I answered the way that I would have answered. But, like, is that okay that as long as we pulled it out, is that what matters? Okay.
Yet only one will emerge victorious, for such is the custom of House Wolford. As ever, the scales of conviction have the final word. The time has come for judgments to be rendered, and leaders to steel themselves for the outcome.
Chapter 17, Part 2, One Last Request. One last request.
We've chosen our path. We are to free the Roselle being held in Hyzant's source.
Wonder if Benedict and will go along with it.
You have chosen the one path I cannot take.
I understand your disappointment, Benedict, but the scales have spoken. And so I ask for your wisdom. Help us find a way to free the Roselle.
Hyzant will destroy everything you hold dear if you attempt to free them.
It's already decided, bro.
That way lies ruin. Your choice is to turn your back on this house, to cast aside your land and the people who have built their lives upon it.
Nope. I was indeed, Hilness. Sorry, Benedict.
I will not. I cannot endorse such betrayal.
All right. Well, bye-bye.
I agree that we will be ill-prepared to defend the domain this way. Should that come to pass, I am prepared to flee with the Roselle and search for Centralia. They say it is home to a boundless salted sea. Surely a land where none need fight for salt is a land worth seeking. This is an opportunity, Benedict. We could find a new home instead of fighting the wars of old yet again.
I mean, again, Benedict is just... It's not about power, but his vision's too limited here.
Why not channel that resolve to lead the people of Norzelia as their king? You hold the power and the might. You lack only the will.
Nope. I have the wisdom to see that the will and the power and the might do not overcome the madness of immorality.
With the salt crystals in hand, you shall ascend the throne. I shall see to it that you are coronated. Then we can liberate the Roselle, or whatever else your heart desires.
Nope, doesn't work that way.
Liberate the Roselle, or whatever else. I never dreamed I would hear such callous words fall from your lips.
I stand by them. I care only that you and the legacy of House Wolford are safe and secure.
They're not if we go with your system.
I shall offer my counsel by force, if needed.
You don't mean to fight the lad.
Stand down, Benedict.
No, Anna. This is a challenge that I must accept.
I beg you to reconsider. If you mean to proceed with this folly, then you will do so over my dead body.
Damn, man.
You can do so much more, Lord Serenoa. The salt crystals give you the upper hand. Esfrost and Hyzant would bend the knee to you. You could unite all Norzelia under your rule.
Imagine what I could do had I only the ring. Bring the armies of men together. The ring is not yours, save by unhappy chance. I've heard it all before, bro.
You were right about me, Benedict. I lack the will. I have no desire to rule Norzelia. I wish to see an oppressed people set free and nothing more.
At what cost? Would you see your loyal subjects conquered by another nation?
I would forfeit my lordship. The people of Wolfort will endure without me. The Roselle have no such champion for their cause. We are the only ones who can set them free.
Give me the order, and I shall reduce Hyzant to rubble. Then they shall be free.
The ensuing battle will only breed further resentment, or worse, displace others who will be treated like the Roselle.
Yup.
War cannot solve every problem, and our liberation of the Roselle shall prove as much.
Yep.
So, you now take blind counsel from your betrothed. To think that an arranged marriage will lead to this folly.
It's not blind, dude. They've been right about everything.
Enough! I came to this conclusion of my own free will. I have seen the challenges that face Norzelia, and this is how I choose to respond.
Yeah, I know, right? It's interesting that Anna backed Serenoa here.
You are every inch Lady Destra's child. Your compassion steers you headlong into every conflict.
No, my compassion defines me, not conflict. That's your problem, Benedict.
Alas, compassion is easily trampled.
Wrong. It's the only thing that endures.
It can only exist so long as it has an army at its back.
An army which fights on the basis of restoring compassion, and that's not the same thing.
My patience grows thin, Lord Serenoa. The salt crystals give you the power to bring peace to Norzelia.
You're wrong. It is little more than the catalyst for another protracted war.
A war we can win. Let me lead you to victory.
There is always a war to be won.
Always.
Do you not see the cycle at work? I will break that cycle and use my power to liberate the oppressed.
Always a war to be won, yep.
You talk of fleeing from your duty, of pure fantasy.
We need you, Benedict. Why can you not put our differences aside?
This is absurd. You race toward your own destruction, and I will not be party to it. Lord Simon entrusted me with the future of this house.
He'd be agreeing with me, dude.
And I swore an oath to Lady Destra that I would protect you no matter what the cost.
So, let me get this straight. You're going to kill me to protect me? Is that the argument?
You are shackled to the past, Benedict.
Yeah, you are.
I would call it loyalty.
And it has come to this. For the sake of our future, I must strike you down.
Prepare yourself.
Man.
You missed.
Here!
You came, you missed. I yield. Grant me the mercy of a swift death.
Yeah, but Benedict didn't betray us. It was just, you know.
No. Neither father nor mother would stand for the killing of a loyal retainer. The rest of us shall make our way to Hyzant in secret. You will remain here. Lead the people out of the Wolfort domain before the Hyzantian army assaults this castle, and keep them safe.
These are your orders, in exchange for sparing my life?
These are not orders, and there is no exchange to be made.
Dude, I'll tell you this right now. It has been a pleasure to play Serenoa. Like, I understand everyone is like, oh, Serenoa is just straight up. That's a great line. Like, Serenoa could easily have been like, yes, and you deserve it, or if that's how you choose to see it. But instead, Serenoa sidesteps the attempted claim, which is that you're going to make me do it because you're sparing my life. Like, it's your mercy. Saruman says to Frodo, your mercy is made it. I hate it and you. Serenoa doesn't do that. Serenoa says these are not orders and there's no exchange to be made. Again, that's a lack of perception on the part of Benedict, who just sees things in this very narrow way. Very narrow way. But see, the thing is, though, I don't think Benedict, I mean, can you say that Benedict is bad or turncoat. Like, obviously, I utterly disagree with him completely. He's just wrong. But he's not like, haha, now I do this so I can seize power. Like, he's just following his convictions down a dead-end path that I completely disagree with. But it's not like he's like, ha, and then stab you in the back, you know? He stabs him from the front, if anything. He's just like, all right, here's the deal. So, yeah. No, I get that, Emily, yeah. Right. From Benedict? Yes, no, for sure. But it wasn't, I agree, but what I would say, Emily, is I don't read what he's doing here as manipulative. I mean, well, he's not, it doesn't feel manipulative to me in the same way. Like, it doesn't feel to me like he's playing on Serenoa. I think he's appealing to what he thinks matters, which is duty and everything. And Serenoa says, you're shackled to the past, and Benedict says, I would call it loyalty. Listen, loyalty is important too, you know? It's just, I think he's dead wrong here.
This is the last thing I will ever ask of you as my steward and loyal friend of House Wolford.
I don't know did he mock her? I mean, I guess when he said the line about the betrothed, but I don't think it's mockery. I think he's just like he's totally dismissive of her because he thinks of it as fantasy, which is weird because there's a book and the book was proven to be right. Like, the book said, like, there's salt all over Norzelia. And then there was salt all over Norzelia. Like, the idea that it's a fantasy is nonsense. So, he dismissed her, yeah. I agree with that. I just don't think he's a traitor. That's what I'm saying.
You follow in the footsteps of Lord Simon and Lady Destra. Leaving me behind with the most arduous tasks.
Right, true.
I shall rise to the occasion, my lord. I shall do whatever is required to see that the Wolfort name and its people survive.
See, I buy that. I buy that that's the case. And he says you follow Lady Simon.
Should House Wolfort lose its lord, I shall lead the house forward in your stead.
I have no doubt you will.
I think Roland knew that this is a House Wolford internal problem. And what about Anna? Interesting. Interesting that Anna backed me. Benedict left. Yeah. Yeah. Also, side note, Benedict is probably the least important person in combat. I'm just saying.
Benedict.
Except maybe for Ien's. You sticking with me, Anna?
Mule-headed fool.
Yep.
We've each made our choices. Now we must walk the path we believe is right.
Yes.
I assume Frederica would have left if I chose one of the others.
King Roland, this decision means casting Glenbrook aside.
Yeah, I wonder what Roland's going to do. Yep. No, I agree, Specchio.
I know I cannot ask you to come with me, but will you agree to see to the salt crystals?
Of course, this is after I freaking boosted Roland. Damn it. For combat.
No. I am sorry, my friend, but I am not worthy to oversee such an important task.
Of course you are. You have always striven to be fair and just.
You hold me much too high in regard.
Nah.
Our conversation earlier made me realize the truth.
Dude, and here's Roland with major self-esteem issues, like, which is not good in this situation.
My faith was misguided, as were my actions. I believed exacting vengeance upon Esfrost would be proof enough I was Glenbrook's rightful king.
Good for Roland. See, this is what I mean. This is good stuff out of Roland here. He's right. He was blinded and thought that it would be proof and all that stuff. But
I gave no thought to the bloody cost of revenge.
All right, good night, Helmus.
This kingdom and its subjects should not have to suffer such a selfish fool upon the throne.
Nah, that's not the right conclusion. He's being way too hard on himself.
Then, you will come with me?
I shall.
Yeah.
Not as your king.
Woo!
But as your friend.
Hell yeah.
If I can help those in need, that is enough.
Nice. Bouncy Horses is back in the saddle, baby.
Glenbrook has the geographical advantage and the salt crystals. And there are a small handful of trustworthy nobles remaining. I'm certain they will ensure the people thrive, even without a king.
Interesting.
Glenbrook is in too powerful a position for foreign powers to interfere.
Roland.
You know you aren't leaving me behind. I've come this far by your side. I'm not abandoning you now.
You have my thanks, Huette.
And
Frederica, don't you think you ought to make your convictions clear to your companions?
You're what now?
Well, it's common knowledge by now that I'm an Esfrosti of Rosellan descent. I was a lonely child who hated that her hair was a different color from everyone else. But then I joined House Wolford. I met Jerome and witnessed the cruelty that my fellow Roselle suffered at the source. And I learned how brave my mother was, how long and hard she fought for her people's freedom.
Yeah.
Compared to the horrors they went through, I have lived a life of privilege and comfort.
True.
I am proud to be a Rosellan, and proud to be a Wolford. I wish to be strong, strong like my lady mother before me. And I wish to see her dream of freeing our people fulfilled.
You're wrong, Your Highness. I am a Jedi, as my father was before me.
I understand the difficulties that lie ahead, but hope that I might have you all with me.
We will always be there beside you, Frederica.
My lord, Hyzant's army has sent a message ahead of their forces. It says, the Grand Norzalian mines must be conferred to the goddess as a divine offering.
I have a message back. Send them this. Go F yourself. Send that by pigeon.
An offering? Sounds more like an ultimatum.
Mm-hmm.
Precisely. If we refuse to relinquish the mines, they'll put the Wolford domain to the sword.
Yeah, I think it is based on weakness. It's a lack of faith in himself. But if he's coming to fight with us, that's fine. Like, honestly, that's the thing that matters the most. He's way too hard on himself, though, as king. Way too hard on himself. Hey, what's up, Triffid? Going well. Some serious philosophy that we've been talking.
Then we've no time to waste. We must make ready to leave at once.
Yeah, basically, send them this. Suck it. That would just be the message. Just suck it.
Benedict.
I leave the rest in your hands, Anna.
All these years I have watched you. I may not be able to replace you, but I will do my best.
Loath as I am to burden you with such responsibility, that is heartening.
This ain't the Benedict I know. Come on, where's your usual glower?
You never change.
Says the guy who never changed.
Huh, I should hope not. Defending House Wolford calls for consistency.
You're in Chicago, that's right. I hope, how is Worldcon? So far, I've been looking at some, I was in a couple of panels myself, but how's Worldcon been on the ground, as it were?
And defend Wolford I shall, even in your absence.
I shall hold you to it, both of you.
I'm telling you, we've got it under control.
Your voice hasn't gotten any quieter.
Sorry. Parting ways with a friend always gets me worked up.
Thank you for seeing me off, you two. Farewell.
Oh, that's awesome, Triffid. I'm glad. Yeah, I haven't seen Prince Justin on here either, and Prince Justin's out by Chi-Town, as is the Rising Tides.
What of the Hyzantian forces?
They haven't entered the domain yet. If we act now, we could sneak around them and reach the capital.
Focused as they are on seizing the salt crystal deposits, I'd wager their domestic defenses are at a minimum.
If we can get into the capital and have the Roselle and the Source take up arms, we should stand a fair chance of helping them escape.
Oh, nice. Sean is there too. Very cool, very cool.
But Hyzant is wary of Serenoa for keeping the salt crystals from them, despite his position as one of the Saintly Seven. They may be short-handed, But if they spot him, we'll never make it inside.
Not right now, Specchio. I may check out some of that a little bit later. Oh, nice, Gaia. 6 panels. Good gravy. You've got 8 total panels, Driftwood? Man, they... Worldcon's programming this year was interesting. There were a lot of people that got lots, and then people who didn't get a whole lot, and everywhere in the middle. That's a lot. Obviously, you know, Symposium had a number or 2 for different people, but no one deserves more than you do on that score, so I'm glad you've been getting a lot of panels.
You can use the consortium cart to slip unnoticed into the capital.
A wagon from Claris? You sure we can trust the consortium?
Yes. If only because this benefits both us and him.
Haha.
In exchange,
Good stuff, Emily.
I told him what secrets we learned of Esrost and Hyzant.
You mean you told him of Dragan's murder and the illicit salt trade? I hope he understands those secrets must never leave his lips.
He understands. Once people learn of the salt crystals, Norzelia will change. And the consortium will have a new role to serve.
Yup.
Now that they know, they will be better prepared to negotiate their position.
Oh, nice,
They
Gaia.
agreed to help us as a show of gratitude.
Have you ever gone to Gen Con, Gaia?
You've thought this through. Well done, Anna.
What of our things, Gila?
Stored safely within the cart, of course.
Things? What things?
The explosives we found in the tunnel.
After we've gotten the Roselle to rise up, we'll set sail from the harbor and make for the Folk's Domain, to the Great Falls. To make sure no one follows us, we'll blow up all the other ships in the harbor as we leave.
Dang.
Frederica and I devised the plan ourselves.
A perfect way to make an escape with so many people.
Wise of you to make for the Falk's Domain. It's distant enough. We'll have plenty of time to hide.
Aye, about as far south as you can get. No better place, if you're in goal as Centralia, too.
It's a good plan. We shall do what we can to make sure it succeeds.
Crafty as ever, you Wolforts. I am glad to be on your side.
Still not 100% sure I buy that Roland would be this sanguine about it, but...
But one problem remains. How do we get the Roselle and the Source to turn against their captors? If we can't win their trust, all this is for naught.
We need some way of persuading them. And quickly, too.
Oh, I gotcha.
Let me worry about that. I can find the words to convince them. I am my mother's daughter, after all.
All right. I know you'll figure something out, Frederica.
There is one more thing. Huette, I'll need to send a bird.
Of course, my lady. Where to?
I need to flip someone the bird.
The Rosellan village. I'd like to tell Jerome and the others of our plan. I would have them meet us at the Great Falls.
Agreeing to such a thing means they will have to give up the lives they enjoy now. Do you think they will come?
I mean, pretty much everyone's giving up those lives, so...
I cannot say. Regardless, I owe it to them to let them know Hyzant is invading.
Indeed. Let us send word and see what they have to say.
Upon learning of the salt crystal deposits, Hyzant quickly musters her forces. They march upon the Wolfort domain, intent
Love
on
those
seizing control of the mine.
I love those mines in the background, too. Zoop. Zoop.
Serenoa decides to take this as an opportunity to free the Roselle enslaved at the source. But that decision leads to Benedict's departure from House Wolfort.
I continue to renew my objection to these narrations because this is literally repeating what we just heard. Like, there's no reason for this narration at all.
Still grappling with grief
That's
over
true,
parting ways with their friend, Serenoa and the others make for the Hyzantian capital. There, amidst a land in turmoil, they hope to help the Roselle rise up against their oppressors.
Gotta listen to this part. Okay. What do we got? What do we got? All right, so we got side story. And then we got Hierophant's Palace. All right, let's see what we got in the encampment. What do you got? You got anything? You got anything? Come on, man. I have 133. Got 133. Come on. Okay. Battle cry. That can be useful. Light wave. Missed opportunity. Critical blows. Whatever. Okay, what do you got, Lionel? Even though I have no money. Oh, I gotta re-equip Benedict's stuff, too. Alright, who do I want to have act first? There is ReaderCon. They took a year off this year, but presumably they're going to come back to it now. Vanguard Scarf. I could see an argument, actually, for Eridor going first. I don't think I want her going first, because I want her to be healing people, and she can't do that if she's going first. Yeah, I think the play here is for Eridor, because Eridor can go forward, get everyone to attack him, and then everyone comes in around him. So I'm going to get rid of this movement bank, which is really cool, don't get me wrong. And then... okay, I like all of that. I would like her to be able to move further. Okay. Alright, sounds good. Good night, Trivia. Continue to have a good time with this. Continue to have a good time with Worldcon. And what do we got? Need 6 quality iron. Okay. I have no monies. That's all been done. Woo-hoo-hoo! It's all been done. Yeah, that's the theory, which is fine. That's my con. Basically, my schedule next year is probably going back to Farpoint. I've already been invited. Probably going to go to that. That's in Baltimore in February. ICFA is in Florida, in Orlando, Florida. I might do virtual there. I don't know if I'll go in person or not because it doesn't fit super well with my schedule because of the semester, but I might do virtual there. But anyway, definitely ReaderCon in person. I'm going to be going to Three Rivers, which is a small Comic-Con, which Geeser knows about, of course. And I'm going to be hanging out there with Little Arv. That's in May. June is Origins. That's a little bit up in the air, so I'm not sure about that yet. July, ReaderCon, assuming that I'm invited back. I assume I will be. I would go back there. For one thing, I love Boston anyway. So hopefully I can catch you there, Rockad, by the way. August is Gen Con. Very likely I would return there with the symposium. Very likely. September doesn't have anything going on, I don't think. October would be CanCon, and assuming I'm invited back, I'd go to that. So that just leaves World Fantasy or Worldcon. I'm not doing anything with Worldcon next year for sure. World Fantasy, which is in Kansas City, I believe, is a possibility. I might apply to that. So basically, definitely Farpoint, Three Rivers, ReaderCon, Gen Con, CanCon. So 5, and maybe World Fantasy would be 6. Dragon Con's unlikely, although it's possible. Dragon Con's a maybe, but I'd have to get back into that. And once they got rid of the Tolkien track, it hasn't been as easy to get back in there. So Dragon Con's possible. I still would love to get maybe onto PAX Unplugged in Philly, but 5 to 6 for sure. Yep. Okay. Right. Side story first. Yeah, man, I was really sad about that. The Tolkien track was fun, and that was how I got into Dragon Con, and then you just melded it with the fantasy track.
We received word from Wolford.
And the way that it works at Dragon Con is basically that everything is based upon the head of that given track. So, like, the person who's in charge of the fantasy track is all powerful in the fantasy track. The person who's in charge of the cosplay track is all powerful. So it's very much like little fiefdoms. Like, there's no real programming chair that can tell the track to do X, Y, Z, or at least that's not really how it works there. So once the Tolkien track was no longer there, then it was like a lot of those people were sort of cast at the four winds, which is too bad. So yeah, good stuff at ReaderCon.
XM's forces have crossed into their domain.
Oh, this dude.
So they know of the Salt Crystals. Then battle is inevitable. How will House Wolford respond?
I should think it obvious they will attack us. Their lord is one of the Saintly Seven, after all.
I am unconvinced of that. Perhaps they will offer us Salt Crystals to secure our alliance.
To what end?
History is changing around us as we speak. If Wolford wishes to guide the shape our future takes, he will need all the help he can get. He can choose to submit to Hyzan's tyranny, or work with us to bring freedom to our land.
Or flee.
He might choose to take advantage of the chaos.
Maybe.
Will you follow in Lady Orlea's footsteps, Frederica? Somehow I doubt it.
Your pardon, Archduke.
It's nothing. I let my thoughts wander too far. Whatever path Wolford chooses, they all lead to war.
I love this stuff with the cape.
Ready our forces.
All right. So, 2 main stories left. We've got this and this. Let's deal with this first. I wonder who the familiar face is Benedict.
What? You want us to leave the city?
You crazy?
You couldn't have told us this sooner? I've got a family to worry about.
I understand I ask much of you, but a bloody battle is nigh. You must be ready to evacuate if it comes to it.
But where's our lord? Won't he protect us?
Lord Serenoa marches toward an even fiercer conflict than what we face here. He left me to protect the people of Wolford in his stead. I ask that you trust in our house and do as I bid.
That's good that he's not throwing Serenoa onto the bus. Yep, yeah, they've had that up there for a long time, Rock God.
All right then. I suppose we'll start packing.
Your mastery at matters of war has kept us safe this long. If you say we need to leave, that's what we'll do.
You have my thanks. I've
Under the
one
carriage.
more thing to ask of you. Something I'd like each of you to make.
If you could make a souffle, I really like them light and fluffy. Meanwhile, in Hyzant.
Minister Exham's forces ought to be crossing into Wolfort's domain any moment now.
Will it be war, or will they relinquish the salt crystal deposits without resistance?
I think we have no cause for worry. Minister Serenoa is one of our saintly seven, after all.
Got that wrong.
Nevertheless, we cannot be certain what he will choose. Whoever controls those salt crystals controls the future of all Norzelia.
Got that right.
Knowing that, you truly think he would give them up without a fight?
Minister Lila is right. He may very well decide to ally with Aesfrost and rise up against us.
Notice how all of them are just like, presumably he's just going to fight with Aesfrost. Like, none of them consider the third option.
I made sure Minister Exham understood he may very well be marching to war.
Wolfort is a prideful house. If we apply too much pressure on them, they may hold out simply out of principle.
Yeah.
Honestly, we are more trouble than they are worth. It almost makes me wish we could turn them and Aesfrost against each other.
That is something else to consider. We could even promise them the Roselle's freedom, should they triumph over the duchy.
A fine proposition. The best outcome would be to have them destroy Aesfrost for good.
And in doing so, they'd be destroyed themselves. Surely you would not wish for such slaughter.
Yeah, Kamzel has been the one dude that I'm like, you know what, this guy's all right.
Soft hearts have no place here, Minister Kamzel. We fight for control of all Norzelia.
And we must fight to win. Our troops will need Elfric, Minister Lila. See that they have it.
Of course. I'll see to any final adjustments at the Ministry of Medicine.
One last request completed. Save your game, yes. Save your game, save your game. Make sure you don't lose it. Hudda-budda. Yep. Both don't get it.
Concealed aboard Claris's consortium cart, Serenoa and his retinue slip out of the Wolfort domain past Exham's forces and make for the Hyzantian capital.
It's a guerrilla force thing. Ah, ha, ha, ha.
As soon as they arrive, they review the particulars of their plan to lead the Roselle in revolt.
Chapter 18, From the Abyss.
Scouts are reporting the Hyzantian army has crossed into the Wolfort domain. The force is commanded by Minister Exham, and is many times larger than what they used when we marched on the Crown City.
Nice that they just had that in reserve.
Enough to destroy Castle Wolfort, and then some. They ain't aiming just to scare us.
A foe even Benedict would be hard-pressed to prevail against.
Have faith, Anna. Benedict will protect our people as he always has.
I know.
That said, we cannot defend the domain itself. Our land and our castle will doubtless fall to Exham's forces.
Then we must act as if we have no home to return to.
We cannot waver in our resolve.
No. The time for doubts is long past. Listen well. After we have freed the Roselle from the source, we will set our sights on their homeland in the south, on Centralia. We will find the Endless Sea and create a land free of suffering. A far-fetched dream if ever there was one, I know. I will not blame any of you if you do not wish to come.
The merchant guy is just like,
A bit late for second thoughts now.
Yeah, seriously, like,
Aye, we're with you, my lord. Wherever you will lead us.
The only one we lost is Benedict, that's fine.
Then it's decided. We have much to discuss about our rescue plan. Claris, if you would.
Okay, first of all, I did not agree to this plan.
The wagon will have to pass through an inspection at the goddess's shield before entering the city. I can throw my consortium weight around to see you safely through the inspection, but that's about all I'm good for.
It's an older code, sir, but it checks out. I was about to clear them.
That's more than enough. Thank you.
Then let's muscle our way into the source. The guards won't expect an attack from the outside.
Getting in is not what worries me.
Indeed. The biggest obstacle we face is getting the Roselle to follow us out.
They've been treated as criminals under the teachings for so long, they've come to believe they are guilty. They might be too terrified of disobeying the goddess to even agree to rise up.
My mother led them in revolt 30 years ago.
True, but only a small handful of people escaped.
Wonder how many Rosellians there are here. Claris is like, yeah, yo, whatever. I wonder if, like, are there, like, thousands of Rosellians? Like, I don't know how many there are.
I know. Freeing all of them means we must be even bolder than my mother.
Have you thought of how you'll convince them?
I have. I will smash the statue of the goddess to pieces.
Oh, get ready for a bunch of exclamation points. Yep.
If they see her idol destroyed, the fear shackled about their hearts will break. Without terror to hold them back, the uprising of 30 years ago will look tiny in comparison.
Yep. I know, right?
The statue is massive. How are you going to reduce it to rubble?
Well, I'm going to use a special 10,000 palm technique.
I'm going to blow it up.
You blew it all up.
Ah, yes, if we use all the explosives we have, it will come crumbling down.
There's a lot of people blowing things up in this game. Have you noticed that? Like, everything's always like explosives, blow this, if they blow up the ship, they want to blow up the mine, blow up the statue. Awesome, Rock God, yeah. That Quincy Marriott, too, is in kind of a weird place, like sort of up on a hill a little bit. You know what I did last time, actually? This is another reason, my secret reason, is that after I went there, I went to a Red Sox game at Fenway. It was awesome. I really hope the Red Sox are going to be in town right around that time in July. Because this is a lost season, but I'd love to be able to go see them again. There's nothing better than going to a game of Fenway. That's true, Geezer, it's true.
But then we'd have none to destroy the ships that pursue us.
They just brought that up, Dragon. They just brought that up, Dragonspear.
Exactly. That's why I think we ought to use Elfric on the ships instead.
Elfric? It is more powerful than the explosives.
And perfect for blowing up ships.
There must be some stored at the Ministry of Medicine, considering Minister Lila's involvement in its creation. But how will we detonate it without Milo?
Considering all the research they conducted, there must be some sort of documentation on how to use it.
You know, and I've always liked the Pirates, Geester. I've always, you know, what such great history and you know, it's just they've been laboring in disaster for so long. Although in fairness, it's not like Pittsburgh hasn't had its share of pretty incredible like sports accomplishments between the Steelers, arguably the most successful franchise of all time alongside the Patriots, the professional football franchise. The Penguins have been great. I mean, so it's not like Pittsburgh hasn't had some serious sports success. But recently the Pirates have really struggled. Too much of one thing, yeah, a lot of fire.
Then what are we waiting for? If Lady Frederica's plan is going to succeed, we better go track some down.
Every so often I like looking at the portraits just as they're talking.
All right, we have our plan.
My friends. Thank you.
Claris is like, yeah, I'm not. Automod won't say his name. Whose name? Oh, yes.
I'll handle the guards. Don't move a muscle, any of you. Don't even breathe.
So we're all like,
Hail! I am Claris of the Consortium. I bring goods for trade in the city, if you'll give me leave to pass.
Claris! Consortium's working you hard.
In these dangerous times, 'tis a privilege to be in such good employ. But you worked even harder than I. Here, a small token of my appreciation.
Bribe!
You always have been a thoughtful man. Go on, then.
Wait. We cannot allow unscheduled goods into the city without inspection.
I thought I gave you a bribe.
Fine. Guess there's no such thing as being too careful.
You needn't worry. Minister Kamsel of the Saintly Seven sent for these goods himself.
He did?
Oh, yes. Look closely, and you'll see.
Oh, snap.
What have you done? Ah, you snake! I must call for reinforcements.
Oh, crap. What? Just don't stand there.
Claris, are you all right?
My apologies. Luckily, mine was the only face they saw.
Dang, dude.
I will draw off the reinforcements while you make for the Ministry of Medicine.
Damn, man. Claris, like, being the hero.
Do not forget to retrieve the explosives you buried in my cargo.
I'm sorry we've put you to such trouble. And we'll likely have to blow up consortium ships on top of everything else.
Cause as much trouble as you wish. I know you'll repay me for it once this is all over.
Assuming you survive.
Hurry. The majority of their forces may be absent, but we're finished if a guard catches sight of us.
Yup.
To the Ministry of Medicine with us.
To the Ministry of Medicine with us. Suddenly one of the horses is like, no, in the name of the goddess. Rip. One of the horses is like, nay. Beg your pardon. Pretty good bet if he can, it's going to be good either way for him if he can survive. Any side story stuff? All right. Got to double check the encampment quickly. It's a TARDIS wagon. It is much bigger on the inside. You have anything? Oh, look what I was doing. I want to look at this. Yep. Yeah, so we'll be able to do this. I don't think we're going to wrap tonight. I think we have one more session that we're going to have to do. Defeat the enemy general before they escape from battle. Those protecting the treasure will only attack if disturbed, so tread carefully. Dum-ba-da-bum. Defeat the enemy commander within 75 turns. Take a look at the overview. Treasure chests are scattered about the battlefield. Stand next to a chest to open it. Yeah. All right. Damn it. There we go. No. You are not coming with me, nor are you. And nor are you. Let's
Excellent.
Be clear here.
At once.
Please, leave everything to me.
There we go. Poor Narv, who I've never sent out ever. Okay. Okay, there's that. Where's the general? It's the pikeman. Da-da-da-da-da. Added healer. Oh, really? So is that... And that's the battle mage. That's the guy, right? Okay. Bum ba da bum. Ba ba da ba da ba dum. I can't tell. I'm guessing. Actually, wait. Let's put. This crew down here, I'm kind of sacrificing, admittedly. Yeah, I could see that. I just was going in a different direction with it, I think. This is not... Yeah, you need to go there.
And now, to arms! And now, to arms!
Okay. Let's do it. Hey, Specchio, are these treasure chests here super worth it? Yeah, after Triangle Strategy, I'm doing Lost in Random Marinda, which was a Patreon field game from a few months ago that I liked. Then after that, I am doing I think Frostpunk a little bit.
I'll take you on.
Then ActRaiser, and then Ghost of Tsushima, and finally Sorcery 4. And then it gets a little bit fuzzy after that. Right. So he gets to go first.
Come and get me.
I really hope that dude's the general. Because if he's not, then... Please be the general.
Me too.
Time to work.
So I'm trying to decide if it's even worth getting up here to deal with that, but I guess we'll find out. Wait, no. You...
Allow me.
Good. Now you go to sleep. Very nice.
For victory!
Let's get you down there towards my people.
Yeah! Away with you!
Yeah, that's kind of what I figured.
This battle is ours.
Oops.
Try this.
Good.
My pride is my shield.
Hey. That was not right. Okay, they're not going to do anything unless you just start... Yeah.
Forward!
Okay.
Death from above!
Point me at him.
What? Oh.
Let's make trouble.
Me too.
I don't know, because the thing is, it'd be nice to level them up a little bit more. Ow. Jeez Louise. I forgot also to increase everyone's turn ratio. Let's see. I'd rather not use any of my hit point stuff as well. Yeah, exactly. That's definitely yes. I agree. Agreed. Let's see. Where can I go here? Hell yeah. Oh, come on. Alright, can you get here? Shoot. How about there? Darn it. Yeah. Oh, can't do it. Okay. What if I go here? The line must be drawn here. No. Can I go here? Ooh, that might be good enough. No, I can still go. Ah! Damn it! Alright, oh, fine.
I saw through that plain as day. Absolutely wonderful.
So it comes to battle. This should do it.
Ladder, let's go. Let's go, Ian's.
Cool heads shall prevail. Victory goes to the
Let's
quick.
haste Anna.
You have my thanks.
Too bad Benedict can't give the bird of prey, but we already made that deal happen, so. I mean, Huette wasn't planning to move anyway. She could just stay on that top and just rain death from above, as it were. This guy's a problem. Yeah.
Let me show you what I've learned.
Come on. Da, 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 da. Why can I not get to the place? Oh, there we go. Right, that's possible. Okay, can I... No. What if I were to go here? Alright, this is the only way to do it. So you go here. Sunfall. Alright, takes a turn to cast.
well.
That's right. Man. Okay, can you... Shoot. Okay, you just freeze here. Paralysis, let's go. Very...
Bless me.
Well, almost. Ow.
Are you in need?
Yes, I am in need. Let's see. It's not super great, actually. This is a little bit unorthodox, but
I won't stand for it.
yeah, this is a problem. Yep.
Ha! That tickled.
That tickled. Okay, he's already provoked. Okay, that may cost me, but... yeah. He's probably not going to make it here. Yeah.
Time to work.
I figured that might be the case. That's okay, actually. He's almost dead. All right, I'm going to...
Too easy.
Okay, surmount.
I feel stronger already.
It's too bad that I can't... I'm very worried about getting pushed off again, but...
For victory!
Let's see. Who can I move directly over my own? No, actually I'm going to use this. Could have used that at the very beginning as well.
Now this is something.
I could kill him off here. So if I do that, that just sort of ends the game, is basically the problem with that, I guess. So, Specchio, how good are these treasures? Because, like, I could basically end this right here. Because that's the dude. So I could just end this right here. But I've got 61 turns left. And he doesn't... There's only one healer. It's not him. That's the healer way over there. So it seems to me it makes more sense to have Roland, like, bail. Because she's probably going to kill him. It's a tough call. I think what I do is go over here, try to get rid of the healer.
Away with you!
Yeah. I felt that coming from a long way away.
I won't miss.
Yeah, I don't really want more stuff.
Take that! Victory is ours!
Defeat is not an option.
Yeah, alright. If it's not amazing stuff, then I'm just gonna finish.
This ends here.
Pretty easy level, actually, for a level 27. And or my party's badass. That stuff was okay. Not amazing. Alright. Field of Greed, alright. Alright, what's this? What's this? What's this? Okay, 144 kudos. Is there anything else? There's nothing at 150. The question is, I mean, that's potentially useful. That's the one that would be super useful, is 300 for Revitalize. So, move an ally to any location with 8 squares. That could be very useful. Battle Cry is also super useful. I like the single enemy, too. That's, whatever. I don't... Battle Cry... It's Battle Cry, Light Wave, or Missed Opportunity. Battle Cry, Missed Opportunity. Battle Cry, Missed Opportunity, or... This is tough. Missed Opportunity, Light Wave, or Battle Cry. Does Missed Opportunity work on the higher level enemies like bosses? Or does it only work on the minions? Yeah, you can? Okay. Yeah, then that makes sense then. Lionel, last chance. You have anything else? Besides that stuff? Okay, you do. Alright, what do I need? What do I need? What do I need? Okay, so I need 10 superior armor. I'll never be able to afford that. 10 iron, that's possible. That's useful too. Quality iron. 10 quality iron, though. Quality iron. Yeah, it's too much. That's also useful. 1 quality iron and 2 stone. How much for quality iron? 1 quality iron and 2 stone. Or 10 stone. Nah, I won't even have enough to do it now. Nope. Alright, well, the good news is I'll be able to use this for this. Okay. Okay. Alright. Good. Alright, good. I'm glad I did that. I want to make sure that I got those. I've done all of those battles. Ooh, and we have a character story. Alright, let's do that character story. Roland harbors doubts about his station, but Serenoa reminds him that he's noble in his own way. Alright, cool.
Roland, what are you doing out here?
There's hardly a better place to become lost in one's thoughts. Don't you agree?
I could see that.
I suppose. However, if aught weighs on your mind, it may serve you better to turn to a friend.
Then let me ask, do you believe me too immature for my station?
Yeah.
Not at all. Quite the opposite, in fact.
But the other nobles loved to gossip of my disinterest in politics and intrigue, and mocked my love of hawking.
I mean, we're kind of way past that, aren't we, dude?
You said it yourself. Gossip and sniping, nothing more. Pay no mind to nobles and their petty judgments.
Yeah.
The people who matter, your subjects, hold you dearly in their hearts.
Yeah, they do.
Stories abound of their love for you.
Yep. A bunch of stories. This one time, Roland was really nice to me, and...
Hey, go peddle your junk somewhere else.
And why would I do that, my good sir? I see no reason to forego such a bustling avenue simply to please a stranger.
A stranger? You're posted in front of my damn shop. You're stealing my customers
Exactly.
from right under my nose.
Exactly, Dragon.
Oh, I am? I'm not sure your lack of customers could be blamed on me. Surely the proprietor bears some responsibility for...
What bickering is this?
None of your business, whelp. Now leave us to our negotiations.
Prince Roland, is that really you?
A prince, you say? Well,
A distinguished gentleman such as yourself must be mortified to have your customers bear witness to this childish bickering.
I'm sorry, Your Highness. My temper got the best of me.
And you, merchant. If you mean to trade in Glenbrook, I trust you have procured the proper licenses and approvals.
well, the process takes some days, you see. Pardon, Your Highness.
Then your business shall have to wait some days, it seems. Shall I summon a member of the Kingsguard to explain the law in detail?
Damn, Roland laying out the law.
No, there'll be no need of that, Highness. I'll just be on my way.
I'll get that broken tail light fixed in just soon. Goodbye.
Thank you, Prince Roland. Come visit any time, and I'll let you have your pick of my wares.
Not 100% sure that reflects love. I mean, I guess it reflects that he picks his own people over itinerant merchants, but...
Your place has always been with your people. You could walk down the main avenue and settle disputes with a single word.
Don't tell me you were watching. They were petty arguments, nothing more.
As petty as they might have been, you were happy to do it. What better proof of royalty is there than that?
There you go. Man of the people.
But it wasn't because I was wise that I solved their problems. It was my name and status that lent my words weight. How do you imagine a kingdom with not a single dissatisfied soul would look?
That's a difficult thing to imagine.
Indeed. I suppose the best one can hope for is to do what we can, while we can.
Well, we can start envisioning such a nation. That one day we might build it. Together.
Oh, yeah. Exactly, Rock God.
I like the sound of that.
You, don't be it.
No doubt the answers we seek lie ahead. So long as we stay honest with ourselves. And so long as we work together. You and I, Serenoa.
All right. Character story. All right. Convictions have been strengthened. All right. Let's go with... exploration time.
Unsurprising to find researchers here.
Hyzant still doesn't know we're moving against them.
Not
They
yet.
shouldn't think us suspicious as long as we walk at a calm pace.
We can't go that slowly. Minister Kamzil is in charge of the guards, and he's no pushover. The longer we take, the more we'll lose our freedom of movement.
Claris is clever, but he could still get captured.
Then we'd best split up.
Indeed.
Split the party.
We must find the Elfric and quickly.
Sometime later, we split up to take a look around, but I still can't find a single blast crystal in here. Wonder how the others are faring. Perhaps I should check in on them. Ah! Obtained 2,700. Okay, where the hell were you before? Are you? We have to find that Elfric as soon as possible and make for the source. We must convince the Roselle that they have committed no crime and free them from that horrific place. It's the right thing to do now knowing the truth. Yes, I know that. Only those who are involved with the research subject are privy to its details. And something like the Elfric would be more protected than most. Okay. Things are noisier here than I remember, perhaps because they're preparing for battle. I wonder if Mr. Lila is here. We should keep an eye out for her. I imagine there'll be no small amount of injuries from the upcoming battle. We're currently preparing a system that can handle as many patients as possible. A system of a down, you might say. It's got some money off of, I saw something. Saw something over there. Oop. Large ranged hit point recovery pellet times 3. Let's go! Man, do we need that. That's big. Okay. Using my... Aha! My peripheral vision. I'm like, you're just looking for the whole screen. You're like, It's locked. The area ahead is off limits. Only those with permission may enter. The big battle is always a boon to our research. There are injured and fallen aplenty. They'll further our research on Elfric nicely. We made it this far thanks to Lord Claris. We must free the Roselle and help them flee Hyzant. I agree. Okay. Just making sure I'm not seeing any others. Ah, Minister Serenoa, are you here to meet with Minister Lila? Just as soon as I rob you blind. I mean, yes, absolutely. Luck bracelet, huh? Increases luck by 5, grants immunity to fury. Oh, that's what I like that. Nope. 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 That's not what I meant to do. There we go. More recovery items. Very exciting. Okay. Anna was no, right? There seems to be archives on the other side of the door. Perhaps we can find documents about the Elfric. I managed to pick the lock not a moment ago. I'll report back later with my findings. What'd you find? Okay. Alright. I should resume my search for the Elfric. Got a lot of stuff there, like 6,000 at least. 6,000 coins and luck bracelet, 3 ranged, large hit point recovery.
Lord Serenoa, look at this book.
What is it?
Did you find it?
It says 50 Shades of Grey. No.
The Elfric method in practice.
Yep.
Does this detail how it is made?
You start with
Seems that
Elf,
way.
put it together with Frick.
It's littered with arcane
Elfric.
terms I can scarcely comprehend. But if I'm grasping this correctly, the main component of Elfric is human remains.
Wow. Dang.
It says here, having harvested the corpses of Roselle who perished at the source.
Damn.
Harvesting corpses? For what foul purpose?
Good God.
We did not intend for Elfric to be weaponized. Our original goal was to harness its immense magical capabilities to power the automaton.
The automaton?
Automaton? What manner of contraption is that?
I do not know, but I doubt it is anything kind or good.
I thought the Ministry of Medicine was supposed to, figure out how to save lives, not how to profit off death.
We've glimpsed the rot at Hyzan's core.
Yep.
Minister Serenoa, what are you doing here?
Oh, I'm just looking at a book. Hey, just looking at a book? Did you know that Soylent Green is made of people? Just... Yep. Battle time. Okay. Still have time to go to the encampment. One last time, because I have more money now. Corentin is still a recruit. Oh, man. Okay. Yes. Let's see what I need to level up here. Level up my weapons. Okay. Superior iron is 10. I have enough money now, I might be able to get something. Magic attack by 2 might be nice. I would need 7 superior fiber. That's not going to be useful for her. That might be useful. That's useful. That's right. Okay, superior stone. Superior stone. Nope, not you. I don't care about you. Superior stone. Expensive, but that's enough. Actually, I might not have needed that many now that I think of it. I might only have needed 1. What did I just say? For her. For Gila. Oh, I didn't need that many. I have one more than I needed. Okay. All right, here we go. Miraculous Light. Very useful. Very useful, very useful. Okay. Indestructible Stone. Okay. Let's go level you up, Jens. I can afford that. Let's see. Wait a second. Obsidian as well. Yeah, no. Jens... There we go. Diamond. Weapon potency. TP cost of Spring Trap. Constricting Net. Need 2 quality stone for that. Alright, well I can sell one of my indestructible stones. I love how I'm talking to Jens and upgrading Jens. Oh, I did. Okay. That's my bad then. I thought that I had... interesting. Okay, buy. Shoot. I completely forgot what I needed to buy. What do I need to level up your whatever? You'd think that he could upgrade his own stuff for free. Okay, I need 2 quality stone. Okay, good news, I can afford that. Bad news, I can't afford anything else unless I sell something. Let's see. So, if I sell... Actually, might just be able to have to sell one of them. Okay. Really would love to know what convictions are being strengthened when I sell something. Okay. There we are. Okay, good. Useful. Very, very useful. Okay. Good. Okay, let's see. This is back over here. We got one battle coming up. Save first. Alright, this is going to be the last battle of the night. The last battle of the evening, and then we'll have to wrap on Tuesday. Oh boy.
Minister Lila, did you use Rosellan remains to create Elfric?
I advise taking more care with your words, Minister Serenoa. You are one of the Saintly Seven. You have a responsibility to protect Hyzan's secrets.
Then it is true.
You steal their freedom, their very lives. And you dare to call what you do healing?
Everything I have done was as the goddess willed. I call myself nothing but her loyal servant. All of us are hers to command.
No, not all of us.
House Wolfort means to free the Roselle from the goddess's tyranny.
Whoa, easy.
Do you now?
As one committed to the preservation of life, you know salt should not be a luxury for the privileged few. Is that not what you told me? Help us. If not for the Roselle, then to change Hyzan for the better.
change, Hyzant? How wonderful that would be.
Then...
No, I cannot help you. The Holy One would have my head for turning traitor. Besides, my hands are far too bloody to ever be washed clean.
Welp. Welp. Bup, 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 bup. Let's see. Who do I not need here? Yeah, because of his range.
Understood.
I think I need her here because of the AoE stuff. Ba-ba-ba-ba-bum. Ba-ba-da, ba-ba-da. Okay. Okay. So I just have to defeat everyone. All right. She's a time mage. Great. That seems bad. Ba-da-bum. Battle at the Ministry.
These heretics spit in the face of the goddess. They deserve nothing better than utter annihilation.
Minister Lila, how can you pretend the teachings are righteous when you know the truth?
There is no turning back for me.
It is too late for me, my son.
One of Hyzant's saintly 7. In the name of the goddess, I deem your life forfeit.
You won't beat me!
Oh, wait a second. Fleet-footed, everybody. Let's go.
Might be useful.
Come and get me!
My turn. A wasted effort.
Nice. And can we slumber stab you, please?
Silence.
Very nice. Go to sleep. Okay, can't attack me when that guy's asleep.
Ah! You've done it now! Ah! You've done it now!
So it's come to blows.
Great caster.
You will pay for sinning against the goddess. You're not but a nuisance.
Oh!
I won't lose.
That's a lot of damage.
Thank you.
Kind of don't want Eridor going down that fast. Okay, let's see. Can I go there and then... Yep.
My lance strikes true.
Ow.
The hunt is on.
Gonna shoot on the bed. Mobility. Don't like bringing her up that close and personal to all this.
From this range.
Okay, good. Okay. This is a fun arena to fight in. Hawkeye. Oh boy. Super. Oh, extended
For the
range.
honor
Great.
of House Wolfort.
Now I end this.
Nice.
Have another!
Outstanding.
I love the battle.
Make way.
Okay. 70%.
Perfect opportunity.
Nice. Outstanding. He's gonna flank. Oh, he's not. Slumber throw.
Impossible!
This is very bad. Very, very bad. Very, very, very bad.
I'll give it my best.
Yeah. I want you to stop and not do anything. Okay. Let's go with that.
Aim steady. There's more yet to learn.
I don't think he's. I think he's still not.
Cool heads shall prevail.
I don't think that actually worked the way I was hoping it would. Okay. Okay. We need you healed right
Keep
now.
going.
This will help.
It's one step closer to our hope.
Allow me.
Yeah, I used those all up. All right, that's fine. Let's see. Can I... Whoa, man, if I can get that off, that would be pretty damn sweet. I would love to get that off. Full turn to deal with that, but...
Lila Viscraft, you have inflicted enough cruelty upon the Roselle. No more.
What I did as one of the Saintly Seven, blessed by the Holy One, and thus the goddess herself.
Yeah.
But you wanted to stop it. You knew it was wrong. The heart that beats inside your chest is still human, is it not?
Silence! You have no right to speak of what is in my heart.
Unchain my heart.
My time is now.
Ooh. Okay. How did I not get to her? I think that's the way to go.
Silence.
Can't. I'm out of quietus points.
You've done it now.
Very. Yeah. I'm worried about those battle mages.
Time to work.
Ow.
Just die already.
A wasted effort.
Have another.
Her ability to miss on the counter stuff. Oh, come on. You're not dead? What's up, Lux? You got Octopath Traveler COTC for the phone. Really? I have not played Octopath Traveler.
Be gone. Yes.
Very nice.
I shirk from no danger.
I could have actually gone the other way. That's cool, though. Yeah, I've heard good things about Octopath
The hunt is
Traveler.
on.
Okay. Ooh, can I hit from... Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can. Yeah, buddy. Oh, nope, nope.
From this range, victory is ours.
Yep. Alright, here we go. I'm worried about this. Worried about this. Ow. Oh god, that seems terrible.
Thought I had him.
Careful.
Defeat is not an option.
Well, crap.
Now I end.
Yeah. Come on, dude, with your act again.
Make way.
Okay, we gotta get to large ranged hit point recovery. No, that's not good. Darn it.
I don't play around. Bullseye. I will not relent. I'm better than ever.
Your power overflows within me.
Okay. I really need Gila to go. God damn it. God damn it. Oh! I need my Curus to go sometime this century, please.
I shall do what I can.
Thank you. Good grief. Oh, tremendous. Great. I'm not anywhere close to having enough. This is all bad. It's all so bad. So bad.
Your wounds are healed.
Love to get that sunfall off sometime this century. It'd be great.
It's time.
Here you go.
Much appreciated. The flames consume you.
Wow. Dang.
The heavens judge you.
Tremble in fear.
Okay, paralysis. Yeah. Cure wounds, that's fine, whatever. Not that concerned about that. Yeah, this is bad.
Now behold my power.
Oh boy. Like a stop time? Yeah.
I need a healer. %. I'll take this.
Okay. Really easy to go to sleep. Yes! Alright, that's good. Ow.
For victory!
Nobody is lined up in a line except maybe that way? Hey, what's up, Golden Drake? How you doing, man? Okay, I don't want to wake her up. And they are not in a line the way I want them to be. I want you to be all in a line, and you're all like... $5, $20, $59. Okay, let's do
Brace
that.
yourself.
Did he freaking miss? What the hell misses? Man. Yeah.
Here I come.
Goodbye.
Okay, goodbye. I'll keep her up there.
You little.
Ow.
Damn, that hurt. Ah. Sorry, Paul.
I'm not winning this fight. This is going to be really hard. Too many freaking mages.
It wasn't meant to end here.
Too many mages.
I shall do what I can.
Way too little too late.
Your wounds are healed.
Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna have to do because this like
I was prepared for this.
you were, huh?
I'll take this.
Okay.
Try this.
This is good.
Okay, oh my goodness, this is not good at all.
I won't lose.
Did you see that?
This battle is ours.
You're a shooting star, no matter who you are.
Lend me your wings, Flugy.
One of my favorite looking abilities is that one.
Victory is ours.
Leave it to me.
Pretty sick.
I will fight to my last breath.
Ow.
Damn it!
Ow. Ow.
I have failed.
Yeah, I have Resurrection Earring, though. Thunderbird. Way too strong. Act again. Flank, 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 flank. Jesus
I'm ready
Christmas.
to do what I must. You're not but a nuisance.
I mean, he's already stopped. He's like...
My turn.
Victory is within reach. I feel stronger already.
No chance of poison. Alright, well.
Sound strike.
Okay.
Let me heal your wounds.
Let's see. Alright, Jens, you're kind of a lost cause, so I'm just gonna...
All better.
Is that not a status ailment? Really? That's not a status ailment. Really? Being stopped is not a status ailment, huh? The hell is it then?
I gain newfound strength. So it's come to blood. Heretics cannot be suffered to live.
Crap. Yeah, great.
Time to take flight.
My arrow flies true.
Okay. Okay.
So this is my fate. Or is it divine retribution?
Can't go on.
Slumber throw. Yeah, definitely just hit again. Yeah, if you could just hit 60 million more times, that'd be great.
Time to work.
Can I throw poison? No. Alright, here's what we do. Actually, wait. If you've got an extra... You've got a large... No. Okay, wait. So if you go... Here...
Take this.
Okay.
This'll hurt.
Jesus, this Thunderbird, man. Yep. Damn it. Nope. I'm in huge trouble. Oh, yeah, great. That's good. That's what I needed was cure wounds. No question. I needed her to be healed.
Shall we begin? Allow me.
Okay.
No!
Wow,
Come to
dude.
blows.
It gets stacked again. You're gonna do that same thing again. Zip. Zip. Roland has been flanked for freaking ever because of this stupid
The
stop.
hunt is on. Use this.
Sorry to worry you.
Time to work.
What have we here?
Okay. Gotta get rid of this rogue.
Now!
Ow.
A wasted effort.
So it's come to blows. I do only what I must.
Delayed casting is not great on Sheila, but could be worse.
Damn it!
Yep. Dead.
I have failed.
F. 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 F.
Oh, no!
Oh my god. Well, nice while it lasted.
I'm sorry.
Tough fight. Oh yeah, great. Yeah, please cure wounds on that guy.
A wasted effort. Your orders?
My orders. How about full-blown panic? Those are my orders. Any of these guys close to death? Wait. Yeah, it's still more even than the flank.
Victory is within reach. Sleep. Victory is within reach.
Thank you for the sleep.
The hunt is on. Try this.
All right, at least we get double act clown out of the way. However, Anna versus everybody, Anna and Huette versus everybody is not good odds.
I'm ready to do what I must.
Thunderbird is so powerful. Oh, it's just so brutal.
Too obvious. Too obvious.
Yeah.
A wasted effort.
Yep, dead.
I have.
Dead, 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 dead. It's an exceedingly hard fight.
I gain newfound strength.
I mean, it's true that I keep my levels,
it's
so.
come to blows.
But, my god.
This battle is ours.
Huet versus the entire team. Huet versus all.
I'm ready to do what I must.
Oh, God.
Heretics cannot be suffered.
Yeah,
to
sure.
live.
Why don't you just stop me? Sure. Sure. Naturally, that's sure. Of course. That's great. That's great. Awesome. That's certainly what I needed, was even more disadvantage. Yeah. 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 Eight guys left. I got my ass handed to me. Yeah, delayed casting, certainly, because Huet's a big caster. Okay, Lila. Yep. I'm a dead person, I'm a dead man. I'm a dead man, I am a dead. I'm sort of dead man, I'm such a dead.
I gain newfound
I'm
strength.
a dead man. Gonna die right now. Ooh. Crushed. Absolutely crushed. Man. What are we doing on time? Nah, it's too late. So, I have a question. If I return to the world map here, I still can retry the like, I'm still going to keep my levels, right? Like, I can save it and I can still keep my levels. Is that right, Specchio? If I return to the world map? Okay. So that's what I'm going to do. Man. Brutal. I think the assortment, I don't think Ian's actually is that useful in this fight. So I think that's one person that I would not choose again for this fight. I think the ones to fight, I think definitely Anna was great. Roland can be useful. He just got completely beat on repeatedly. Huet's very useful in that fight. Eridor's fine. I probably need to not attract quite as much attention. Obviously, I bring Serenoa. I need Jilla. I need Jilla to be moving more quickly, though. Trish is possible because of her leap. Frederica probably because of her AoE. I don't know about Ian's. Probably Azana if I can keep her alive. I think the real question is... I don't think Ian. So the question is, do I bring in Flanagan or do I bring in Archibald? Archibald's got the longer, like, shots and may need something like that. But the question is if I'm doing that or if I'm doing Flanagan. Definitely not Ian's in this fight. It's really a question of Archibald or Flanagan. I think the problem is, I think I need distance. Because I think the problem with Flanagan is that I can't. My melee guys are a little bit of a disadvantage if they get up right on top of them, because they just get so flanked. They get flanked so easily. Like, the things that are killers in this are the Thunderbird spells are awful. Her time stop sucks, and the extended range bowman, basically. So. All right, well, so these three, yes. These three, yes. Frederica, yes. Probably Azana, yes. And Trish, yeah. Yeah, I think that's the way to go is Archibald. I think I need to go with a mostly ranged strategy. Try to get up on the bed areas and then basically just sort of stay... I think that's what I would do instead of running forward. Get Eridor over onto one of the areas that basically shield off the bed. Then have all my ranged people get up onto the bed tops, basically. Have Trish get up there, have Archibald get up there, have Huet get up to those ones. And then have Eridor and maybe Serenoa block off those bottom spots so that they can't get up there. Also, it will keep them from getting flanked. And then just as people come in, just try to take them as they run up to them. Rather than, I mean, I don't love the situation with the mages waiting for them to come up to me. But just sitting there, like running up in the middle means it's way too easy to get flanked and just get crushed. So. Okay. Let's do bow, 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 bow. Okay, number 1. All right, well, Arudno is going to be disappointed because I'm going to have to do one more session at least to get this done. After this fight, there's like 1 or 2 more fights, Specchio, after this fight's over. Do I want to know the exact number? Yes, I do, actually. I would like to know the exact number. It's also 3 fights, including this one. Okay. The other problem, honestly, the other issue is that that's assuming that I win this, like, first try next time. Now, I might, but even if I do, the fight after that, there's no guarantee. This might be 2 sessions. May not just be 1 more. It might be 2 more. But we will see. It'll be close anyway. Still, this was great. Okay, so for those of you who have stayed the whole time, you are now going to be rewarded. You shall be richly rewarded. And the rich reward is actually going to be, let me just give me 1 second here. The rich reward is going to be, hold on a second. Oh, I get that fixed. Okay. Rich reward is going to be this. The goodie in question is this. So again, this is Night Ivy by Edie E. Bell by our very own Emily the Honored. This is this amazing hardcover with a book, mark, and with a sign, as you can see, a signature inside it. That, of course, is Edie E. Bell, and it's even dated as to when it was signed. And this is going to be shipped to you by me. The winner of this is going to be shipped to you by me. So we're going to do a giveaway, and here's where I have to remember how to do it. I think it's... What's up, Optic? Let's see. That wasn't it. Nope. That's wrong. No, oops. Shoot. Damn it. I don't remember how to use the bot. Shoot. I have to talk to Shadowed about this. I wish that these commands were a little easier to remember, because they feel to me a little bit like, sort of like remembering advanced algebra. No, it's not that bad, but also, how you doing, Optic? Oh, really? It's an age thing. Cute. All right, hang on a second. It's not even listed in that group. You got him beat in years. I don't suppose any mod happens to remember how to do this, do you? It's like... Is it this? I'm trying to start a... No, that's not it. I'm trying to figure out how to... All right, hold on. I gotta look it up in Discord because I honestly don't remember how to do this. I don't do the giveaway. I don't do giveaways all that often on here. So let's see. Okay, we've got that. Okay, let's see. Giveaway, 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 giveaway. Here we go. All right. So let's see. I think actually I may have it this way. All right. So giveaway admin. Aha! There it is. Okay, I got it. Cool. So Night Ivy is the command. So this is what you have to do. All you have to do is type in Night Ivy into chat, and you will be entered to win this. You'll be entered to win this hardcover book. So if you want to get a copy of this thing by our very own Emily the Honored, who is the guest of honor at CanCon, has a bookmark. It is a signed book. I will ship it to you. If you want to get a copy of any of these things, then you need to enter by typing in the word Night Ivy. So we've got this Night Ivy. So put in your phrase. All right, Golden Drake is put in for it. Well, don't everybody enter at once. No, I know it's a little bit late. I actually probably should have run this, I guess, towards the beginning, possibly, but I wanted to get into a little bit as an incentive. So yes, solid book. I can confirm. I have been reading it myself. So this is the way. And so assuming whoever wins, again, assuming you're in the US, I will ship it to you at my cost. You just need to DM me and you can do it via Twitch message. You can do it on Discord, your address, and then I will try to send it out sometime this coming week. And that'll be the case with that. If I don't, that's assuming again that I get this, that you're within the U.S. If you're outside the U.S., I can still ship it to you, but we're going to have to talk a little bit about defraying costs. If you're in Australia, much as I love the wonderful people down under, shipping is a little pricey to get down to the land down under. So that's the deal with that. But yes, Zell is sure in her passion for magic, but struggles to find her place within the constructs that enable its study. Night Ivy offers the first verse of a wandering bard's tale of fancy and fantasy amidst the spires and shadows of the 7 towers of Elysia. It's good stuff. Who would not want to, with that kind of a take, be involved in something like that? Yeah, I got it, Dragon Spirit. It was the giveaway commands that are, yeah, that's I found that ultimately. I knew it was some way in there, but I found it in the Discord mod channel, and then I was like, that's right, it's -A word -S. So I'm going to be whistling that all tomorrow. Ba 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 Boom, 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 ba da do do do. Ba-dum, 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 ba-dum. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Boo 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 ba da do do. Boo boo do 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 do. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Yeah, that's where I found it too. I actually did a search for it, but then I found it over that. Yeah, I should pin that command to somewhere just so I can have it for those occasions that we do, because we do some giveaways here and there. And I actually have, for my birthday, I'm going to be giving away a couple of things. In fact, I don't think I mentioned this, but I did mention I'm going to be giving things away, but there's going to be some surprises. I have, for example, a couple of things from one Mr. Dragonspear that I'm going to be sending out to other people. For example, I have a Roku, a couple of them actually, that were sent to me by Dragon, and I already have a Roku. And so I was like, well, perhaps I should give away a Roku, and I'm probably going to give away one of my books too, and so stuff like that for my birthday stream. So it's going to be fun times. It's going to be a reverse birthday. And what is it in Alice in Wonderland? An unbirthday, right? I think it's Alice in Wonderland, an unbirthday, where I will give away gifts to others. Okay, so last opportunity, last chance, last call. We're all getting cakes. I wish I could ship cakes to all of you. I will send the dream of a cake. I'm not doing actually, Little Arv is the one who's making my cake. So, it is Happy on Birthday. And I don't actually know. She's done such amazing stuff. She did the Hobbit cake for me a couple of years back. She did the Mandalorian cake for me, I think 2 years ago. Last year, she did multiple dice cakes. So I don't have any idea what she's doing this time. But she has come up with some pretty awesome cakes. She got a new phone today too. She got a OnePlus 7T. She got it used, which meant that it was much cheaper, but this is her first real legit phone. She had like this little kind of phone watch thing, which was just completely for emergencies a couple of years ago. And then we upgraded her to basically a dumb phone. So, not like one little, it had a little screen, but it's not touch screen or whatever. So she used that for probably over a year. And then we upgraded her earlier this year. I think it was December. It was last December. For Christmas, we got her basically this Android phone that was a very, very sort of slow phone that actually AT&T had sent for free. And so we gave her that. And now she's going into high school. That phone just she couldn't, there was a lag in messages. Like we would send her messages and she would get texts from us 2 hours later or something. And the phone wouldn't always connect. And so I was like, no, that can't. She's got she's got basically a school plus a arts program she's going to. We need to be able to be in contact with her. That can't work. So finally she's got a legit phone. So we've moved her up over time and we've upgraded her slowly. So now that she is, 14 and 9 months, 14 years and 9 months old, 3 months shy of her 15th birthday. Now we thought it was reasonable now to finally give her an actual phone. So that's the deal. What was the name of that sweets shop? Yeah, Star Trek Star Wars mashup cake would be pretty sick. Yeah. What was the name of that sweets shop you didn't go to during your car wait? Oh, yeah. Was it? It was a sweet shop? I don't remember. Was this the most recent time that I was waiting for the car? Oh, you're talking about, yeah, are you talking about for my car or are you talking about when I was getting my glasses? Because the one in my glasses, that was in Hoboken, and there were a few of those sweet shops around there that I think you're thinking about. Yeah, for the glasses, yeah. There's I don't remember the specific one, but yeah, there was there's one that was featured on Food Channel on one of the like Cakes for All, or I don't know, one of the Food Channel shows that was on there. So, all right, last call. So here we go, folks. Who is going to win Night Ivy? The answer is Pencil Mage. Congratulations, Pencil Mage. You are the winner of Night Ivy. And I'm hoping that Pencil Mage means that you do a bit of writing. That's what I'm hoping is the case. But you get this hardcover with bookmark included. So congratulations, Pencil Mage. So do me a favor, please, Pencil Mage, either on Twitch or if you're on Discord. Art. Okay, well, listen. regardless, that's still well in range of what you're doing here. So congratulations, Pencil Mage. So yeah, just drop me a line, please, via Twitch. And or via Discord if you're on the Discord. And if not, why don't you join the Discord? And then send me a message with your address, and I will get this sent out to you soon. And thank you again to Athos Arts and to, of course, Emily for sending this along to me so that I can give it away to you. And yeah, so that will be the deal with that. And that is going to do it for me for today. I am going to, I did read out my schedule early on for September, but it's very tentative. I'm going to have to make some changes in it and whatever. But within the next few days, I should have it pretty much stabilized so you'll know what I'm going on with there. Otherwise, though, I'm going to be back on Tuesday. I'm either going to be playing more of this or of Triangle Strategy, or I'm going to be playing some Adventures of Middle-earth. I might have to do that to fit in. Actually, let me see. Okay, so I'm going to have to double it. So I'm not 100% sure what the drill is going to be with that. So we shall see about how that's going to work. Okay, because that stuff. All right, so I'm going to have to figure some things out. We may have to move some things around, but I will make adjustments, and so Tuesday will be something at noon Eastern is my point. And then 4 p.m. Eastern, I'll be over on GOG Comms Twitch channel with Pen and Pixels playing some Solasta Lost Valley DLC. So that's what we've got going on. Also, yes, thank you for the reminder, Emily. That is the free registration for the reading on the 11th. And the reading is going to take place on my channel, but that Eventbrite, if you register for that right now, and that again is going to be a reading with a series of, I believe it's 14 people published by Athos Arts. They're going to be reading from work of theirs that has been published by Athos, including myself. I'll be reading from my work as well. And that's going to be happening, as I say, thank you for the cheer, Dragon Spear. And I'm going to be reading from stuff. Yeah, probably reading from Greyshade, although there is an outside chance that I might read something from the opening of Renegade, if that is okay with Emily. But I'll have to consult and see if that's okay with Emily. If not, then I would just read something from Greyshade. But regardless, that's going to be happening on Sunday the 11th. So that's going to be happening then. And that will be happening at 2 p.m. Eastern. But if you get onto that Eventbrite thing, then updates in terms of like what the lineup looks like and all that kind of stuff, that will also be happening, during the Eventbrite thing. And it's free to register for that. So please consider clicking on that and registering for that. That would be awesome. Listen to this human tease us. I simply give you a sense of what awaits, Crit Twitch. That's all I'm doing. But otherwise, so yeah. So as I say, I'm going to be back on Tuesday with something going on in the afternoon. But it'll either be me playing more of this or it'll be some Adventures of Middle-earth. So we will see how that goes. Regardless, I'm going to rise up on out of here now because it is getting late. I hope that folks who are in the United States have a lovely Labor Day weekend. I hope you folks enjoy tonight. And if so, I hope you will consider following the channel. I hope you'll check out our YouTube and subscribe to me over there, please. That would be very much appreciated. Free for you to do that, but it definitely helps us out, and you'll be able to see past broadcasts of the stream, including this one. !ArvTube for that. !ArvTweets is my Twitter, where you can follow me over there. !ArvCord is my Discord channel. Hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. Website, arvanelleron.com. Financially, !ArvShop for my merchandise area. !ArvTreon is the Patreon right there. 19 patrons, $190 per month. Would love to see that continue to go back upwards. Get that north of 200 again, because again, it really is the financial backbone of the channel, and you can get cool stuff for you and cool stuff for the channel. If you like some of the discussions we were having earlier on tonight, there's more where that came from, and you can definitely get that support. Copies of one of my band's albums, professional writing critique, epic character background and or epic poem written for you, inspirations to help our tabletop players, lots of stuff that you can get, plus moving our channel towards various channel goals. You can do that at the Patreon. Also by subbing to the channels, you can get those custom sub badges and emotes to use on Twitch and inspirations for the players as well. On the publishing side, Icarus, my award-winning graphic novel from the aforementioned Athos Arts. Library is my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. That's my 5e adventure and source book from Alligator Entertainment. Alley Entertainment. Thank you, Specchio, for the tier 1 35-month sub. Thank you. And thanks for the help tonight, too, by the way, playing through this game. I appreciate that. I hope I've done a credible job on this game, Specchio, from your perspective thus far. So thank you for that. Exclamation point library, as I said, and exclamation point Greyshade, of course, which is for my Greyshade novel, which came out on May 31st. I have got that new one coming out. Oh, good. I'm glad they were good choices. I got that. I have Renegade and Heretic are the sequels, which are going to be coming out next year and the year after, respectively. Also, of course, Trent's audiobook of Greyshade, and of course, the 5e RPG being made of Greyshade. All of those things are going to be on the way, and you can get a copy of all of those and other things at the backer kit link, which you'll find over on exclamation point Greyshade. Last but certainly not least, exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter. Very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Exclamation point Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others when you need help and to reach out to others when they need help as well. And of course, exclamation point Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the fine people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate and devastating war. They're doing so bravely that this is a way for us to step up even in a small way and help as they continue that fight. That is going to do it for me. I'll be back on Tuesday. No raid tonight. It is very late, and I want to make sure that we all, get to bed and all that kind of stuff. But please spread the word about the show. The more people that we get in here, the better, of course. It is great to have all of you here, and I'm really glad that you were able to join me, and thanks for the fun discussions and all the stuff that we had this evening. Again, Triangle Strategy coming to a close either in 1 or 2 sessions from now. Thank you to my wonderful mods, Dragon Spear, Emily the Honored. Again, thanks, Emily, for the book as well. Thank you to Rock God, and thank you to my wonderful Patreon supporters and subscribers, Dragon, Emily, Rock God, Specchio, Crit Twitch, Golden Drake, Mrs. Dunsel, and Optic Nerve. Thank you to my wonderful viewers, Alien Gathering. Thank you to Odyssea, Coven of Lenara, who is a mod. Thank you to Darksteel Spork, to Arenth, Gaia Shield, Galadriel Bot, who's totally not a bot. Thank you to Lizzie-Beth, Jagtress, and of course, Pencil Mage. Pencil, I see that you messaged me, so I will get back to you just confirming that, and otherwise I'll send that out to you soon. But thanks, everyone. Much love to you all. I appreciate you, and I will catch all of you lovely folks on Tuesday. Until then, have a very happy Labor Day. To me, the unofficial end of summer here in the United States. And I will catch you folks next on Tuesday as we start moving into the excitement of what's going to be a very fun and productive for the channel and me and for all of us, I hope, fall. That's it for now. Much love. And as always, be good to each other. Bye for now.